we Gucci? Can't tell. It's not loading over here. What's going on? Are we Gucci? Okay. Okay. Oh no, I didn't get the thing properly. Okay, 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 that's good. Where is this thing? Put this in the Discord. Why did we call this Tuesday yesterday? Why did we call this Tuesday yesterday? I just realized. That's loud as hell. Also, okay. Cool. Cool. Where did we get off yesterday? This ended up being the long, right? It ended up being the long that we were talking about. Ended up being the whole thing. Just showed anybody took that thing. And also for the short, right? How many fucking times? How many times, right? How many times have we seen this exact setup right to Valerie High? How many times? They even give you the retest, right? So, usual procedure for taking this thing. Boom. Let's update our levels now, right? Let's update our levels. Where's the POC at? It's hidden. Hidden away. Zero 743. Seems like we're taking the lows, y'all. Seems like we are taking the lows. Let's put this over here. Same with this. Close this over here. Boom. And they are finally done the construction outside. I mean, wherever they were doing it was quick, I'll say that. They powered through that in like 2 nights. But god, that was fucking annoying. Mm, mm, mm. What's hard are these things doing? Mm. Oh man. I had a friend text me today about Sui randomly. Yo, my Sui bag is pumping. Oh. Fucking had me nervous. Boom, 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 boom. Well, shout to the blue lines, right? Shout to the blue. Shout to the blue flying a thing. So putting in that work. See if anything changed in terms of this. Boom, 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 boom. Cause yeah, that was the other thing. Like while I was at the out, well, like, even yeah, like this whole move basically, or sorry, like this thing. And all along is like opening like pretty early, right? Like trying to get like filled. And I don't think any of them like got out break even, did they? Last I looked. Yeah. Like ideally, if you're trying to take a trade and you're getting filled like this, and it comes to the 886 and then puts the bounce in, like you better take that break even exit, right? Doesn't seem like most of the people did that. So Looks like they're getting dragged under, at least on my bit. I mean, I haven't looked at the rest so far, but also, I ended up feeling so goddamn shitty yesterday. Oh my god. I'm not eating one of those oranges today. I swear. I'm convinced it was with that orange. Even when I was peeling it, something didn't feel right about that thing. It was just like, I don't even know. I don't even know how to describe what that thing was doing. Boom, 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 boom. Shout out to the math. So we put on something more chill, right? Let's kind of put on... I'm feeling that synthwave for now, actually. Actually, we'll look at this first. Something like this, a little old school throwback, right, for the OG streams. I was having a debate with somebody today about the AI music. That was my reaction. That was my reaction. Shaking my fucking head at them. These people that try to make these like anti-art AI, anti-AI music, like anti-AI TV show debates and whatnot. Right? Cooked. They're hella cooked. Like they act like I guess it's as simple as just like put in the prompt and the song just comes out, right? Not really quite like that. And prompting it in and of itself is like a skill. Also being able to like articulate the kind of sounds you want. And even if it wasn't, who gives a fuck, right? Who gives a fuck? If I'm born with like no arms and no legs and I like music and I want to make music, well, I can't use fucking AI? Pretty fucking ridiculous. Just because you're feeling some type of way about it? On top of the fact that artists can use it, right? It's not like they're not allowed to use it. You can leverage it if you want to as well. Even improve yourself. There's so many things you could debate, right? Even all the way to like artists, like they don't support you. Why should you support them? If I'm sitting here listening to music on stream, I'm essentially doing free advertising for them. How do they pay you back? By copywriting your shit, blocking it in like 100 countries. Also, extremely abusive ticket pricing strategies on their concerts by design. But I have a bunch of brainwashed NPCs trying to sit here and argue otherwise. It's hilarious. It's literally hilarious. I swear some people are living life on autopilot or something. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with these people. Yeah, the rest of the data. That's the other thing, like the oscillators, right? The CVDs are all like primed to print like bear divs on the bounce, so not sure what's up with some of these longs. Boom, 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 boom. Where's this VWAP? ¿Dónde está el VWAP de yesterday? De ayer? Damn, 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 damn. How's CME looking? Bum, bum, bum. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I'm so glad I made like a little thing to keep track of tweets and whatnot a lot easier when I come across something I like. It's nice. It's like a little database building now. Low key. 8 minutes for the next 30-minute candle. Okay. Okay. Who? I don't like. What is this? Interesting data point right there. We're gonna mark that down. NASCAR all out. What a crazy day. No regard. There have been 5 10x moves over the past 24 hours. Just doesn't happen. Well, it makes sense given yesterday, right? If like normally it's like one thing pumping and then that money like rotates to like something else. Well, yesterday it's just like way bigger. So I'm sure today there's like a lot of these, right? I mean, weren't you saying that yesterday? Are you implying the same thing? Probably set some alarms, yeah. I mean, I already got this one. I guess we'll point up here. For whatever reason, we don't sweep of the low and we start to like can actually start to go back here. Keep an eye on that. We'll go in here just cause. Roll the SFP, evaluate your low and go. Okay. What brokerage do I use? Like, what do you mean check out my brokerage? Like the ones that we have for at least the ones I have for the banks here, there's no like, I'm not sure how you want me to check if there's prints. I'm showing action prior to 4 a.m. Mm. Not sure. I don't. The thing that I use is not like I don't exactly say it's like the trading friendly, like active day trading type brokerage, like friendly for that, right? It's not catered to that. It's just for like the average Canadian trying to have some management of their investment portfolio. I also don't know if there's nearly as much variety as you guys have. Or I mean, I don't know where you are, but I'm assuming the U.S. But any questions or no? What time is it? Keep a little eye on that. We got PPI tomorrow. PPI. PPI. Why is it doing that? What the fuck? Prediction for tomorrow's will be 3 to 4, 20-50% runners before 6 a.m. one after the other. Why do you say that? I think it's just a continuation of today. Just more waterfalling. Do people trade that stuff on like news days? 'Cause, like I know some people like actively avoid trading like those days, right? I guess I would have to like go back and like find like past CPI PPI days and then NF1s, like whatever, just any reoccurring impactful market event, and then go find the low caps list of that day that pumped or attempted to. A lot of work. Say that. A lot of nerding out to do that. I'm sure we can automate it to some extent. There was a 4,000% runner. I feel like the only way you get that is if you have some like specific scanner that catches it, right? If not, like you're too late. Seems to be the case. Also, an interesting volume on gold up here. Any Hive Day scanner should capture the movers. What do you mean? Isn't that like too ambiguous? Unless I'm not understanding what you're scanning for exactly. Yeah, I can imagine though. That's what I was saying yesterday. If I was gonna trade like that and I made like whatever, I put in $100 and I hit like 10x and I have like $1,000. Next day, yeah, fuck it. Like you're probably gonna gamble like $100, right? So you're so much house money to play with. I'm sure everyone was thinking the same thing today. Plus, like if like hard to say, but in theory, if everyone's thinking on the same wavelength of that, then it's like you guys are like a self-fulfilling prophecy, like creating extra pumps for extra juice. Problem is, it doesn't really work like that, does it? Think of it this way: you could tell from my summit last night just from the number of comments I was making. Literally, the minute you start trading, a ticker starts running 400,000%. Yeah, yeah. looks like we should have left the other fib on, right? Didn't even try. Didn't even try. Until we get above the VWAP, we'll keep this one. Yeah, I was talking to somebody today at the gym at length about this small cap stuff. Like, they're not a trader, but there's somebody that used to like attempt to trade a low caps. They try to join these like penny cap, like what's the app everyone uses? Telegram or like WhatsApp. And you try and get in on these like pump and dumps inside of these groups. Didn't I just do this? Uh-uh. Hope we have some good weather tomorrow. Boy, I hope we have some good weather. What's the hourly forecast looking like? Hmm. Where did we get this ticker from? Oh, you gave me this. Like, is it just me or just shorting this shit seem like fucking too easy? Like, is it just me? Is it just me? That's another thing to look at about this actually. Actually. Right? Actually. Like, you want to talk about potentially pixel fucking perfect entries on these things. Look at that. Ding, ding, ding. Or some of the other ones? Well, I can imagine this is not nearly as reliable on low caps. Nearly as reliable. What are some of these other tickers? Hmm. Seems pretty fucking high probability, we'll say that, right? Like, these are all pretty damn high probability. Even if some of them are wrong, like... Doesn't even matter. Why is it? What about all this? What? Where's the rest of the chart? So to the math. I'm about to get another hourly candle, 2-hour candle, etc. Let's get some food, yeah. Make sure we get our food in. Are they actually going? Fuck, fuck, fuck. It's the liquidity levels, they only pushed up price so they could sell it. Yeah, we'll see about that. See about that. Also, not a lot of liquidity to the upside, essentially borderline none. Until up here. Which at that point you're like risking like doing like a failed auction, right? Down here. If you're bearish. But we'll see, right? We'll see. We'll look at the data as we get there and see what's going on. Fed meeting up today. FOMC's next week, is it not? I mean, tomorrow's the CPI. Yeah. They have a 10-year bond auction, though, as well. Should we put the other fib back? Leave that like that for now. Main S. Shout out to Main S. Gucci Mane. Gucci. You trading? Are you a trader? Or not? Or not? Interesting. Interesting. what fascinating opens and closes on that thing? Bum. You know, the other thing about this is like, this is kind of like almost the last stand, right? Like if we're gonna save this on the daily, like try and have this thing play out, then like, I want to be losing this, right? We'll see though, we'll see. Cause anybody that's still in the long from yesterday is like chilling, right? If you like shaved and took profit, your stop loss is like still chilling here. And same with anybody that got into longs before then, like they're all chilling still. But if they start to clear some of these, then yeah, I'm sure people will be on the lookout for the long again. We're gonna get back in. Damn, my back's looking thick. Oh my god. Looking like the fucking Hulk or some shit, boy. Goddamn. God damn. Time is it? Any questions or nah? Or nah? Everyone planned, prepared? know what we're expecting for CPI, PPI, looked at them historically. We're not. We're not. We're not. Might be time to switch the music up, right? So why is this not? Hmm. What should we throw on? Let's see if these bear divs end up playing out right. Same with like all the CBD bear divs that are going on earlier. How's order flow looking? Okay, okay, okay. Fuck, fuck. Also, what is this? If we start to get above the golden pocket, a lot of longs are getting saved here, and a lot of shorts are like gonna be under. Pretty interesting level we're seeing, right? In the low time frame right now. Pretty interesting level that we are witnessing. What's the exact level that these people are at? I think it's like 111,673. Any questions or no? Or no? Time is it? Stuff is not updating properly. My laptop. Lower this a bit. Okay. Shut the mouth. Many questions or not? Or no? How's this stuff looking? Hmm. How's the 30 minute looking? God damn. Oh, green dildo on the 30. Okay. Okay. Shout out to the math. Shout out to the math. Any questions or no? Or no? Or no? Or no? Or no? We're almost there, right? We're almost there. Actually kind of doing it. Next question is, does it flip this thingity thing, right? Does it flip that thingity thing? Or no. Or no. Ugh. I was wondering, I was wondering why this chart was so stupid on my exchange. Not stupid, but I didn't change it to default time setting. Been watching the 15 a minute on that thing. On that thing. Boom, boom, boom. Mm. Bum bum bum. Okay. Let's get a protein shake for this 3-hour candle. And get ready to wrap up this juice box and get out of here. That juice, folks. That juice. Oh, they're back actually. What the hell? Interesting. I don't think they're doing it outside of my house though. It sounds like they're doing something down the street. They're obviously replacing like some kind of pipe down there, but like along the whole road. Because they've been like lifting a portion, doing it, closing it, and then next portion, lifting, doing it, and then next portion. I can hear them rumbling down the street though. It's probably going like 4 houses down now. Yesterday was crazy. Oh my god. Even on the opposite side of my house, you could feel the shaking. I'm actually curious if that kind of does any kind of structural damage to a home. Because that's like a lot of vibration. Yeah, it can. Okay, I figured as much. Any questions or no? Or no? Or no? Got a little bit more nerding out to do, and then we are out a year. How's the 30-minute candle closing? How's the hourly candle closing? How's the 3-hour candle closing? So far, balance are off the imaginary trend line. Okay, okay. That's the most interesting of 3-hour candles. Derivatives tap of that or no? Interesting. Bum, 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 bum. Oh shit. Any questions or no? Or no? Or no? Where is this? Leave that like that. Harris Kamal, hello. Harris Kamal. Cyber PPI. I think it's CPI tomorrow. I don't think I know. Actually, I'm fucking. You're right. Holy shit, I'm cooked. But no, honestly, not really. Not really, to be honest. Not really. I don't think it's gonna be that. I don't think it's gonna mean a whole lot. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but. Like, unless some wild number comes in. Maybe I'm more curious about the bond auctions, if anything. Especially because, what was it? It was like, what, a month ago? Or maybe 2 months ago? It was the time when the market nuked, and I was using like a economic calendar that didn't have the things, so I wasn't aware of the bond that day. But like, the market nuked because the bond went shitty, or the auction went shitty. So, yeah, very mindful of these lately. I'll number like last print. What even was the last one? Cause like the other thing about like the PPI CPI stuff is, like they basically came out in Jackson Hole and said like the 2%'s no longer, what do they call it? They're gonna be using like variable inflation targeting going forwards. So like even if an uptick comes in, they've now stated they're not aiming to get it down to 2. And given like all the labor market stuff, especially after all the revisions yesterday, which I don't know, I thought like to me that seemed expected. I guess I need to be more comfortable with the idea of the market like not pricing things in until like they're actually confirmed. But they revise those numbers down all the time. That's the thing, all the time. Ridiculous revisions too. It's fucking insane. I guess it was a pretty historical revision though, so. Mm. Speaking of rate cuts. It would be pretty interesting if they come out on the Fed meeting next week and they announce like a 50 basis point cut, right? That'd be pretty interesting. Instead of 25. Speaking of the bond auction, do you have any high time frame ideas for the 10-year? Probably not the best person to be asking about that. I don't have enough like bond market knowledge to kind of know. Give what I would consider an insightful answer. Suppose you can look at it. Oh, this is not even on. Whoops. Whoops. I was in the browser. Interesting. No, I was just looking at this out of curiosity because I was watching some pretty interesting videos about people's thoughts on this in the future. Not the yield, but like something related to this. I mean, is TA particularly relevant on this? See if we notice any patterns here. How's the other one doing? There's like a spread visualizer, right? 2-year, 10-year spread. Sean, question mark, what indicators do you use? 1 second. It's really only 3. Let me just hide a bunch of this other stuff so you don't get confused. There's a bunch of lines in VWAPs. We'll turn off the TPO as well. Actually, we'll leave one of them on. Yeah, it's these three. Like the volume profiles, the TPO, it's the time, price, opportunity, just the time profile, and the VWAP. Plus like volume down here, volume by time. Those are the four main ones. Plus these oscillators. RSI, Stoke RSI, Money Flow Index, and MACD. If you want to learn more about that stuff, specifically the profiles, like go read about auction market theory. Alternatively, you can ask some questions as well. But yeah. Mainly to identify levels, right? That's the key with that stuff, so identify levels of interest. Then use a bunch of data to kind of determine whether we're taking the trade or not. Oh yeah, the curve, where is this thing? Okay, I spam auction market theory videos to why. I'd probably like read actual book by the person that invented it, right? Ideally. Well, like not auction market theory, but like the TPOs. Read Markets in Profile by the creator himself. I'm sure there's interesting stuff on YouTube, it's just probably not going to be like as in depth as you're hoping. Good enough though, so if you don't know, good enough, get the wheels turning. What book? Markets in Profile. Markets in Profile. There's two newer versions though. There's like Mind Over Markets, and what's the third one? What's the other one? Yeah, Markets and Momentum. What books you think have helped you the most? For me personally, probably Elliott Wave Theory. No, that's what it's called, right? Where's the Discord? Yeah, like Elliott Wave Principle, like the Market Wizards, like the whole series, the whole Market Wizards series. Would read that. The Markets in Profile one's like definitely up there. And after that, that's probably it, right? Probably the main ones. Like, there's a lot of other books I read, but they're all like very specific to like something, right? Like some form of like algorithmic trading or like the VWAP specifically, or like a book on moving averages. But at that point, you're like getting very granular into what you're looking into. Also, probably like if you're not used to like statistics or Yeah, I guess like statistics in general, you probably have like some understanding of stats. Like don't need to be the biggest statistician in the world, but like you should probably understand how distributions work. Second math. I mean, you don't need to get like a PhD in math, but you know, if I show you this, like, do you understand what's going on? If you understand that, you're kind of you know got your bases somewhat covered. After that, you should probably understand how probabilities work in terms of like being conditional or unconditional. Or in other words, like, are you doing the probability of like one thing and another? Probability of one thing given something else? Two completely unrelated things. Like probability of one thing or another. Probably know the different ways that those logically interact and how implications of the math changes. For instance, if I'm like monitoring some event that's like monitoring price action, right? And the probability of like that event happening and price going up is like 70%. And then I have like another unrelated probability that's like also tracking price action, and that one's also 70% of price going up when it's happening. And like when both are happening, the probability of price going up is like way higher, right? It's like in the 80s. A lot of trading is this, right? You're either like doing like mean reversion or you're doing like some kind of like momentum breakout kind of thing. Or like getting in on the move like, as it's trending. Me personally, I do a lot more mean reversion than the other one. So it's way better risk reward. But each to their own though, not everybody likes doing that. A lot harder to like pick pivot points than it is to like get in on like a retest of a trending move. Kind of common sense. Oh yeah, I never even explained it. I never even explained the chart. Whatever. Like if you're like observing, like behaviors, right? They're gonna fall. Like most of the mean is gonna fall in here. And the further you get away from it, like the bigger of an outlier it is. You can't see because it's white. And the further these are, like the more likely you are. It's like a rubber band, right? It's like stretching, stretching, stretching. And the further you go, the more likely it is you just snap back. Same way the other way. So people do all kinds of trading strategies with that. Because you can implement it anywhere, right? Like there's any kind of data point that you can track and turn into a distribution, like something you can leverage in trading. Yeah, but what's I gonna say, Harris? What's it called? Like a lot of this is around the auction, isn't it? Because like, let's say they have the auction and these things like don't sell as intended, like it's going up. At least from my understanding. Dev Damiha, what up, Marcos? Not too much. What's up with you? I'm sorry, I didn't even see your message mixed in there. My bad. I wish it changed people's like the colors of the names, the way it does on like Twitch and whatnot. Everyone's name is just gray, so sometimes the names you kind of miss the message. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Any questions or no? Or no? Or something we should nerd out on, right? Should we say you're nerding out on the tenure? Should you have a 10-year group nerd out? Am I showing anywhere else besides YouTube? No, no. At first, before on YouTube I was, but now I'm just doing on YouTube. Although I'm probably gonna be multi-streaming just because like there's no reason not to, right? No reason not to. No reason not to, basically. I just haven't gotten around to setting it up. I was looking at some of the multi-stream tools the other day. I was just a little paranoid because they're all just like kind of random GitHub projects. So I'm not trying to have any kind of security threat in terms of my crypto on my computer. So I just need to do some like more due diligence on these things and see like, are they actually safe or not. Multi-stream will get you more eyes, there will be more chat channels to read. It aggregates them from my understanding. Because somebody in here was telling me to do it. That's the whole reason why I went down that whole rabbit hole in the first place. From my understanding, it like aggregates the chats. At least for me. As the streamer, obviously not you guys. I mean, I can put like an aggregated feed of the chat on the stream. Actually, it's true. Could do that. Perhaps. Or maybe it's not aggregated actually, I don't even know. I've never tried it yet, right? But I seem to recall reading that. Thing is, I don't know. It's hard to say because we never had, you know, the stream has never had a crazy chat, right? It's always pretty chill. Just a kind of handful of people hanging out, yapping. Curious what it would be like if it was going pretty crazy, right? Just like non-stop, like text scrolling. There'd definitely be a lot more questions, right? That'd be a lot more questions. You can use OBS to send streams to multiple servers. OBS is used by a lot of payment people. Yeah, I'm using OBS. I mean, I'm using OBS. But I don't think it's as... It's not as clean. It's not as clean. But the reason I want to do it with one of the multi-stream tools is because it's just simple, right? Just the one program. Whereas like doing the way you're describing, you have to have like multiple OBS instances. I mean, don't quote me on this because I don't know, but like, suppose I want to change something on the stream layout with the multi-stream tool. If I change it on one, like they all change, right? Whereas if I'm doing the OBS, I have to change it manually in each one. But don't quote me on that, I don't know. Think your stream has potential to become #1 stock streamer? I don't know about that. It's kind of you, but I don't know about that. At least not right now. There's a lot of things I don't know, right? Because the other thing is, and the other thing is like, first of all, like, there's things you don't know, and then like once you know them, it's also knowing the history of that thing. But we're working on it. We are working on it, right? Trying to learn as much as our brain can handle before it explodes. I had just pops like a balloon on stream one day. Pop like a balloon. Pretty chill. Voice is baller. Voice is baller. You're making bank, I'll get you views. Yeah, but I never really sit here like talking about the trade on stream, right? It's like, it doesn't really matter. Because that's the thing, I hate when people think like that. Because at the end of the day, whether you're trading like $10 or $1,000 or 10,000, it shouldn't matter, right? It shouldn't matter. And if anything, like, giving that focus is probably like worse for you because you're gonna start to like freak out and get nervous when you start to trade bigger size. At the end of the day, it's the same shit, right? It's numbers on a screen. Like, yeah, like, could I sit here and just leave this open on stream 24/7? Like, sure, right? Could leave it open all day. But then still people are gonna be sitting here talking about, oh my god, are you gonna trade, blah blah blah, like show trade, blah blah, you know, just like fuck, shut up. Who cares? Who cares? Do you wait for new viewers to compare to other streams? Yeah, but I know I have a sneaking suspicion that people will come here and listen for like 10-20 minutes when we're actually talking about stuff. They'll very quickly realize it's not like a normal stream, right? Sit here nerding out every single trade like days in advance, planning days in advance, looking at all kinds of data. And that's just some of our trades, right? Those are the baby ones. Those are the baby ones. Don't even make me show you the coin margin. Might make you sick. People use Streamlabs, yeah, that one as well. But the thing is, like the multi-stream ones, they're like separate from these. Like Streamlabs and OBS, yeah, everyone uses those. But these, like if OBS had made a some kind of like multi-stream plugin, that'd be perfect, right? Perfect. Maybe they exist actually, out of curiosity. OBS multi-stream. Yeah, oh, there is actually. Seems like the same issue though, just some random plugin people made randomly. We'll look at it after. Or if anything, like I'll set my computer up in a way such that like I'm streaming like in a VM and then like I'm trading and doing like all my crypto transactions like not in the VM, or vice versa. Well. Okay, interesting. Sorry we kept you up late the other night. I saw the stream the next day. You're not happy with the construction out of your house. No, it's not your fault. I could have just left if I wanted to, right? No one has a gun to my head. Making me sit here. You could have just said fuck this later. End stream. No, but the construction was super annoying. Super annoying. Super annoying. Because the whole house was shaking. Whole house was shaking. And it wasn't just this room, that's the thing. Because, like, okay, like, the main road is this way. It's, like, towards the window. But this is, like, the front of my house. So my house goes, like, way back in this direction. So I got off stream and went to the other side of my entire house. Same shit, same shit. The whole house is shaking. I was looking up earlier on stream. Like, I'm curious if that, like, damages your house. Apparently, it can, like, actually cause damage to it. Whatever, who cares, right? Who cares? Like, who cares? Not worse issues to have than construction outside of your house. And a little less sleep than usual. What really was yesterday is I just did not feel good. I just did not feel good. Especially after eating that food. Tired, making me irritable, crying like a baby, losing composure. Pathetic. That's what that was. I heard a story about someone's home getting destroyed from construction vibration. Yeah, I can imagine, especially if you're near like a, what's it called? Where a building is being built, kind of thing, and they're putting in like the foundations for the entire building, and you live like in that vicinity. I could imagine. I could see it. I could see it. Because those are pretty crazy vibrations. Like at one point, the camera was. I thought on stream you guys could see because the camera was shaking in my eye, really shaking back and forth. So I'm sure that can cause like stress, like stress. Can't even speak. Stress fractures. In certain things. If anything, I'm just curious. I'm more curious what they were doing. I'm quite certain it's some kind of emergency. Because like one, they gave us no heads up. And two, what was the other one? They did it hella fast, hella fast. Like, I don't know where you guys live, but where I am, they milk construction jobs as long as possible, right? As long as humanly possible. Like 30 people outside working. In reality, it's like 25 standing around chilling while 5 guys do something. Not this though. they fixed that and patched the whole street back up quick. Quick. The guy's chimney broke away from the house. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Each person has a specific area of safety they're monitoring. Is that really what it is? Okay, yeah, I'm sure to some capacity they probably are doing what you're describing. But I also can say that there's definitely times that they're being wasteful. You see all the time. Or it'll be like two or four guys kind of chilling in a group, having a coffee and just smoking a cig. But it's not like a break. They're doing that for like 2 hours straight. I was watching for gas line, another for power line, another for digging. Yeah. At the same time though, like I'm saying that, but I'd probably do the same thing if I worked that job too, right? It's like, what's the alternative? Doing like back-breaking labor for 8 hours straight, non-stop every day? Probably not ideal. It's pretty reasonable to kind of chill throughout the day here and there. And they're working in groups, so each group has a leader directing the other workers. It's a whole thing. I miss blue collar work. Yeah, I never worked in that kind of industry, so I'm like not well informed. Seems cool though. Seems cool. Like me, I always wanted to build my own house. Just like buy a plot of land out in the middle of nowhere and just build like a giga mansion. For like a fraction of the cost it would to just buy like a existing one. Right at the bottom of the totem pole, we start out busting your ass the whole time. I mean, I worked the equivalent job, like I worked like retail. That's like a teenager. But it wasn't like, yeah, like a labor intensive job, we'll call it. I was working when I was like 10 years old. My parents, like, you think you're staying at home? But no, you're not. You can bring your ass beat if you do that. One of my cousins, well, I don't know what it is. Because they have it in their house. One of my cousins has like a paycheck from when they were like 6 years old. And they did not let us just sit at home chilling on the weekends. None of that. Build a house customized to your needs. Yeah, that too. That too. Cause like this house, I got it like quite some time ago, and so I was like nowhere near the knowledge I needed to have to like properly purchase a home. Cause looking back, there's some of the things with this house is like, God, like such a grievance. Like for instance, I have like interlocking brick on my driveway. 'Cause I have like a really big driveway. It's like 6 cars worth, and the whole thing is interlocking brick. And then the brick has a path that like wraps around the side of my house, and then goes into like the backyard pathway and whatnot. And like all the brick is getting like all warped, and there's like weeds growing through it because they didn't put like the proper like plastic crap under it to stop the weeds from growing through. What else? One of my bathrooms, the tiles, like I don't know what, they didn't seat them properly, so the tiles, I have to like redo the tiles in the bathroom. And the sump pump, having a sump pump in my basement, I'm never doing that again. I've had my basement flood more than once. And the most recent time, I had to pay like 50 fucking grand to fix it out of pocket, because insurance doesn't cover it. So if I had known stuff like that, yeah, I was the hardest working person there. The way I saw it was harder I work, the more work gets done. Project would eventually notice and give a higher rank. Then was fastest to a rank from new employee to group leader. Yeah, exactly. Like, what's the saying everyone says? For some reason, the harder I work, the luckier I get. There's a lot of truth to that, right? Also, why they say like if you're someone that's like currently working in some kind of environment that's like you can work from home, you shouldn't be doing it. A lot of value in being the person that shows up and is there to have conversations in person in the moment when something's happening. Make sure you get a good inspector before you buy some terrible stuff. You can get an inspector now to see what we're into. It's better to know and plan for repairs than not know and get worse. Get backup pumps, battery powered pumps. Pumps that alert you when the water level gets too high in the sump pump. Yeah. Actually, now that you mention that, I do need like I was talking about the, it's funny because I was talking this with somebody today at the gym. It's the exact topic. Like a backup generator. I don't have a backup generator. I'm probably gonna go buy one pretty soon, especially with winter coming. Damn, I never heard the saying. I love it. The harder I work, the luckier I get. Yeah. Oh, I like that one. So I was the same way at my job. I was pretty like the way that you guys see me nerding out on trading, like that's what I was doing at my job, right? My goals are like grind all day, borderline like antisocial in the office. Like yeah, I'll have conversations with people and like get involved in stuff, but there's times where I'll get pissed off in the office because everyone's just like yapping. I'm trying to do work, and then I'll go home and like do it the rest of the evening too. A lot of times I would play Valorant. I'll be playing Valorant, and as soon as I die, I'd be coding on my laptop. And then the round starts, and you just go back to playing until I died again. But it worked though. It worked though. For the first year, I got like fucking like 40% raise, right? I already told them like I'm getting this raise or I'm fucking out of here. Later. They didn't even fucking hesitate. Didn't even, there wasn't even like a back and forth. Probably could ask for more. Generator maybe overkill. Well, it's not just for the pump itself. It's just for the whole house kind of thing. I lived in this city for I guess over 10 years now. Over 10 years. But there's been multiple times the power has like gone out here for like the city, like not just me. And everyone has generators. We've had a tornado like twice. That ruined all the power lines. What else did we have? One of them was like I think like snow related if I recall. So like the last time when we had the tornado, I had no power in my house. Like all the food in my fridge went bad. So having a generator would be nice for that. I know. I will say it's pretty just lucky though. Another time, the other tornado that we had here, I think I don't know what the number was, but like a huge portion of the city lost power, and I was one of the only people in the entire city with power. And at the time, I was single, so the people that I was talking to, like on dating apps and whatnot, they knew I had power. Like they always wanted to come to my house to shower. So shout out to the power grid for that one. Just kind of have frequent blackouts. Not where I live. Actually, that's not necessarily true. I would say power goes out here like once a year, for like a day, maybe something like maybe once every 2 years, and then once every 3 to 4 years there's some like more serious event that like is like a multi-day issue. I don't think we have ever had the power out for more than a few hours. Well, that's pretty nice. So the power lines underground? No, they're not. That's why it's like a problem where I am at least. Because the city I'm in is not like Toronto. Toronto's like a lot bigger than the city I'm in right now. And the surroundings of this city is like farmland, right? It's open land. So it's kind of like a nightmare scenario when there's sweeping winds, because all the power lines go out through like the fields, so they can't handle that much wind speed. Well, I think that's what the other one was. I think it was when we had an ice storm and the ice had gotten so heavy on the power thing. What like let's get a picture of them. Yeah, these things. I'm not sure if you guys have something similar where you're at. But like we have like a shit ton of these just going out through the middle of the open land. And one year we had like an ice storm, and like the ice like obviously froze on all of it, and the weight like crumpled just a shit ton of these. All of them just collapsed. Looking at Valorant now. Yeah, if you're older, maybe you're familiar with Counter Strike if you've ever played games. It's kind of just like a more modernized version of Counter Strike by a different game developer. Or if you play Call of Duty, it's like Search and Destroy. The Search and Destroy mode specifically. You think it's gonna break out of this stuff or what? Or what? We have those here. Yeah, it seems pretty archaic. Seems pretty archaic. I mean, obviously it's like a huge endeavor to switch everything to underground lines, though, so kind of understandable. Plus, I'm curious if there's any reasons that they like maybe had the choice at one point to do above ground or below, and they didn't. And maybe there's some reason that they've chosen to go above ground. Out of curiosity, to look that up. I have friends in Brampton. Oh damn, it's pretty close to me when I'm in Toronto. Then, like I'm in the city right next to Brampton. Well, Brampton's pretty crazy though. Like, hmm. It's like India. It's like a little mini India in Canada. or like a Pakistan. Pretty crazy to see that happen, because like when I was younger, it was not really the case. I think it's more of a neighborhood thing, like the whole neighborhood decides to bury power lines when they build homes and streets. From what I'm reading, I think there is like other reasons. Like for instance, like this thing is mentioning the weather. Because we have such harsh winters up here, the cables have issues with frost heave, water infiltration, and salt corrosion. Also, apparently it's much harder to maintain underground wires, because if there's like some fault with it, you don't know exactly what point it's happening at, and you have to like dig it up, right? But I imagine over time, like they'll iterate, improve on this. No high voltage lines. Oh, you mean like within like your like a little suburb? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, they have that here too. It's not all what's it called? Uh, like above ground lines. Especially in Toronto. In Toronto nowadays, like a lot of the newer neighborhoods, they're all like underground. With ways to make lines stronger, more conductive. Yeah, I was kind of considering getting. Well, probably not now because I don't think I'm gonna plan on living here too much longer. But my next house, I'm gonna try to make it like completely off the grid kind of thing, or like grid independent. Like have like a Tesla power wall with like the solar panels on the roof. Same with all the other necessities. Who's a YouTuber I saw do this? Who's that black guy that's like super popular? Like Marquise Brown or something? Yeah, yeah. Marquise Brownlee. Like he got it done in his house and he was kind of breaking down the numbers and whatnot. It seemed pretty interesting. The other thing I didn't know is that like suppose that you've stored up enough power into your grid from the solar panel to like max out your capacity, you can send power back to the city and they pay you. So you can actually like make money by doing this. After you've like accounted for like all of the costs you need to pay off to get it installed. Getting a bunker? Probably should, right? Probably should. Is it a coincidence that like every single high rank billionaire are getting these things built? Probably not. Probably not. Yeah, you can sell your power back during high peak times and get premium for it. Mm-hmm. Takes a while to pay off though. Like, I'm definitely gonna wait a little bit on that. Because I think the costs are coming down like, pretty rapidly in that industry. Maybe I'm wrong. Last time I looked, that seems to be the case. If not, I would just say fuck it, I'm gonna get it on this house too. Boom, boom, boom. Once peeps find out you're shopping for a Lambo, the viewers are left to join you on that journey. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Sometimes I regret starting streaming with a cam. I'd rather be some like anonymous, I don't know, avatar type thing. Maybe we'll do a rebranding just to disappear. Very much against that stuff. The whole battery concept is wrong. What do you mean by that? You don't like a renewable energy? I guess it's like a gross statement for me to make. You're probably talking about the battery specifically, not like renewable energy itself. What's going on over here? Our alarm is still sitting here chilling. Batteries age, degrade, lose capacity, take too long to charge, limited amp draw. Batteries aren't old technology. Or something like supercapacitors take hold. I don't know if that charging thing is true though. Isn't like there are some pretty rapid charging batteries now. I don't know if you've seen some of the EVs in China, but some of them have like rapid boost charging stations. In terms of supercapacitors, I'm not sure. I haven't never nerded out on supercapacitors and where they're at. Oh, whatever. I mean, it seems like batteries are good enough. Like, sure, could my iPhone have like a battery with supercapacitor, or like what you're describing going, and like last like a whole week without charging? Like, yeah. On the day, like a day's good enough. 2 days good enough. I get what you mean though, and I'm sure there's also a lot of waste involved with batteries, right? Interesting. I didn't know that. Seems like a lot of them can like are have a lot of value extracted from them once they're dead. Interesting. And the chemistry of batteries, all the batteries in the world will become trash once the battery alternative is commercialized. Yeah, if there's something like a lot better, I mean, don't see anything wrong with that statement. Can't say I'm like super dialed in on this area, but the logic makes sense. Mining components for batteries are so harmful to the environment. And nobody recycles batteries when people throw them in the trash. Yeah, it seems to be the case. Because I was more curious about like the big batteries. Because I know, like for instance, like AA, AAA batteries, yeah, people just throw it away and call it a day. And it seems to be, I mean, according to ChatGPT, it seems to be the case. Those are the batteries that end up like landfills doing nothing. But it seems like the larger ones, they attempt to salvage. Also, interesting fact: lead acid batteries, which are like car batteries, are one of the most successfully recycled products in the world. Over 95% of them are recycled. Lithium is running out. Is that true? Is that true? Isn't like lithium like pretty common? Lithium is the 25th most common element in the Earth's crust, with vast reserves still waiting to be developed. Analysts affirm that we have sufficient lithium for decades or even longer, as long as extraction and recycling expand. So we're bottlenecked at harvesting it, I guess, is what it's going to be getting at. The issue isn't total lithium, but whether we can extract, process, and deliver enough each year to meet surging demand. Makes sense. Possible deficit by 2026. That's pretty soon. That's pretty soon. Oh, yeah, it seems like a bit of a nothing burger. Seems like a bit of a nothing burger. Cause like if the demand for supply goes up, then like there's more incentive to mine it. I'm sure they'll like it's like it's like a back and forth thing, right? It's like the same thing that happens with the gold. I think it's because battery vendors will charge you a refundable core charge, so you're incentivized to bring them to your old one. Yeah, they did. Funnily enough, actually, that's exactly what they do. Or like I just did that is what I meant to say. Like when I was in Toronto, like a week and a half ago, my mom's car battery was like obviously was like dying, And one day it was really cold out of nowhere, and the car was like struggling to roll over. So usually it's like a symptom that your battery's like towards the end of its life. If like a sudden burst of cold weather starts to impact the performance. And the next day like, it didn't even start. So I went and got a new battery. And they gave me 20 bucks to bring the other one back. 20 bucks cash. With the copper supply and futures prices. Yeah, we're usually watching copper over here. Dr. Copper. What's the Canadian one? The Capstone Copper. How's silver, by the way? Interesting. Copper miners are finding it more difficult to mine it because you have to dig deeper to get it. And the US is building out new data centers that will require copper. Yeah, energy is like a big the copper, uranium, that stuff is like all gonna be quite important, right? Uranium prices are ascending as well. Shout out to any, one of my friends is a uranium warlord, we'll call him. So we'll refer to him as the uranium warlord. It's hordes and hordes of uranium. Do you have a full-time job and trade or just trade? No, I just trade. Just trade. Well, time's honestly a. I don't regret quitting my job, because especially at the time, because I was nerding out so fucking hard every day. It was like unbelievable. Like there was just not enough time. There was no time in the day to do anything anymore. But there's some days today where I definitely feel like if I really, really wanted to, I could definitely just be doing some random work on the side while trading sometimes. But in that day, like I don't really, whatever. I do want to go back to doing something though. Like I don't want to just trade forever. It's not, definitely not the end game for me. Maybe other people enjoy that, but I don't think it'd be that fun. Cause it gets a bit boring, right? It's not that competitive. Like in a video game, like when you start off, you're like a low rank noob trader or whatever, right? And then as you get better, you play people to your rank consistently up until you get to the highest rank. So you're always playing the best people in the world. But trading, that's not really the case, right? It's like you get better and better and better while everyone else just stays down there. And this is who you're playing against all the time. So it's not exactly like. That doesn't feel that rewarding, right? It feels good to like make it as a trader, but in terms of like being in like a highly competitive sport type environment doesn't have the same kind of vibe for me. What kind of work would you like to be doing? Hmm. Go back into tech. Go back into tech. I worked as a software engineer. But my goal always was to be some kind of like executive, like C-suite employee, right? Well, I'm the CEO or something of that nature. So I like to go back to that somehow without having to do the whole process of like working up the actual ladder in tech. So something more of like a venture capitalist essentially to make a bunch of money and then go invest in companies that I think seem really promising, the idea that they're doing, or they mm, how do I phrase this? Okay, just because I might not know as much as some of the employees on the exact technical implementations of something that they're doing, does not mean I cannot provide like guidance or input in terms of like asking like useful questions to like help improve their process and whatnot. Because that's something that most people I've met say I'm pretty good at, asking a lot of questions and asking the right questions. So like even when I don't know something, I come down to like a some kind of a solution or idea to a solution pretty quick. Something in that role essentially, right? Like venture capitalist, seeing the board where like my input is valued, but like I also understand that I am not a 30-year expert in the field. I need to be hear others out. If I didn't have to work for an income, I'd just be reading books and learning stuff. Yeah, it's basically what I do. It's basically what I do. Although all the learning I do is related to like trading and finance right now, which I'm trying to change a bit. I'm trying to change a bit because I've been doing it a little too much. It's better to be like a bit well-rounded. History, science, biotech, medicine. Yeah, it's a really interesting field, right? An incredibly interesting field, especially given the advancements in AI. I think people really underestimate how big of a deal that's gonna be. Martin Shkreli makes too much doing just that. Researching biotech companies, reading their studies, pointing out the flaws in science, them, and then buying insurance companies that info. Yeah, but that guy is not what you're describing, right? That guy doesn't just know the words. He's like literally researched that years and years and years. He's like an expert. That's his expertise. Is biotech. Although I will say that guy has terrible opinions about trading, but we'll ignore that. Terrible opinions about trading. I watch his videos a lot though. Like I learned a lot from like when he would do like that whole series about like analyzing mm, like the 10Ks and whatnot, like earnings reports and all that stuff. When you would break it down company by company. Claims to be an expert, but I may know more than him. Hmm. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. Thing is, I don't watch the guy enough to know exactly how in depth his knowledge is, but clearly knows a lot, right? Clearly knows a lot. Like, is he like a world-class leading PhD in biotech? No. If I had to rank him against a list of all the traders in the world in that specific field that I know of, I don't know too many that are up there with him. I also don't know of anyone in that thing as well, so like obviously it's like a pretty biased opinion. You got a lot of practice for sure. Doesn't mean you can't do what he's doing. Oh yeah, I could do what he did it too, because like, he didn't go to school for that stuff, right? He just did what any nerd does who likes something. You just sit down and start reading about it nonstop until you know everything. If I wanted to, I'd probably become a doctor, right? If I really wanted to just sit down here for the next like 2 or 3 years straight, just like buy a whole thing of medical textbooks and just start nerding out, I could probably be a doctor. Fuck it, why not, right? This question is, do I care to do that or not? They call him the pharma bro. Yeah, because like he went to jail for. I thought it was related to the whole fact he went to jail because of that. The whole quantum computing thing is a joke. People keep investing when the CEO tells them there's no revenue on the horizon. Yeah, see, but this is one of the things though. This is what I mean when I say his opinions are a bit stupid. Like, if it was as simple as saying that, then the stock should be at zero, right? It would be at zero. Everyone would have priced it in at zero. But people would trade anything. People would trade fucking sand on the beach. People would trade rocks on the road, right? At the end of the day, like people trading that stuff, this ticker is like irrelevant. You might as well just hide it, right? You might as well just turn this thing off. So whether it's like Rigetti or Bitcoin or whatever, like they're gonna be trading this. Especially when it's making some crazy volatile moves like that. Just the money printing. Especially when a bunch of people like that are on the internet talking about short it, short it, short it. Because then they're just gonna fucking squeeze you. If you wanna short it, bet. Bet. At the end of the day, it's just a game of positioning, right? That's all it is. But yeah, the quantum he's not wrong though. He's not wrong, right? The whole thesis he has is not wrong. Especially some of the smaller ones. Ticker blind. Yeah, but I mean, it's basically what it is, right? It's basically what it is. It took all these low cap stocks that we've been watching, right? Like paying attention to lately, just out of curiosity. Like no one's coming to these charts and trading them because of fundamental value, right? Like, it just people see abnormal volume out of nowhere because of scanners, and then everyone's trying to just get in on the move because that's where like all the momentum is, the stock in play for the day. And for a biotech, that's very little media coverage, analyst coverage, news. I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if that's a good idea. I've never dabbled in like like tech trading, like biotech stocks. But from my understanding of what the Shkreli guy talks about, like most fail, right? Most fail. Most of them are destined to fail. They're gonna have some product that they're like trialing in lab, and it's just gonna be like insignificant in the study result. It's a very speculative driven, like speculation. Big hedge funds can't invest in them because they move the price too much. I mean, I'm sure they still get involved in some capacity, right? They all like even like Rigetti and whatnot. Like, don't you remember when the thing came out that like they're like, oh my god, like I forgot who it was, like BlackRock or something. They're like, oh, BlackRock has like Rigetti in their portfolio. And, like the position size was like 6 figures worth, like literally nothing, just like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction. But they do get in them. They do get in them though, right? It's like when you put such little money that the risk reward makes sense compared to the rest of your portfolio. Sometimes you can't short because the floor is low. Oh, I missed a message. I missed a lot of messages. You have to read the studies, see if they're BSing. You can analyze the faults in the study, and then you know if they're short, or you can ignore it. Sometimes you can't short because the float is low. Yeah, but like the problem with that stuff is like, okay, here's the other issue with what you're describing, right? Is okay, suppose some study comes out. Okay, let's look at a Rigetti, for example, so you have like a chart to compare it with. Okay, so some study comes out around this time. And you think this shit's going to fucking zero. In the case of a biotech stock. And like you short this, like waiting for it to go to zero. Like you've just been waiting almost a year straight with your money just sitting in this trade doing absolutely nothing. Which is the case of what this Scully guy's been doing, right? Just shorting these stocks and just nothing's going on. So your money's literally sitting here just wasting away. Being devalued with inflation. So you don't want to just kind of like just short stuff and just mindlessly leave it there forever because it's like an opportunity cost, right? Like what could you have been doing with that money instead? We finally going. Okay. First thing we said on stream when we sat down was if we were watching to see this, are we finally getting it? We're not. To be honest, I'm not a short guy for that very reason. I like to find gems that have a high chance of success. I don't think there's anything wrong with shorting. I don't think there's like I'll go as far as to say that if people don't short, like there's something that they're not understanding like about the game, right? Because like just as the same ways that you can say like, oh, this looks like it's a good time to be longing this, like the inverse is true, right? Looks like it's a good time to be shorting this. So like if you're only doing half of that, what the hell just happened? What the fuck just happened? What the hell? Okay, odd. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, like there's times where it's like a lot higher probability of it's time to be taking a short, the same way that you would look at it for a long. For short for the long term, yeah, I wouldn't do that either. If I was long, I would never like long term shorting. I don't. Like unless you're doing it as like a strategy in your portfolio construction, I wouldn't just be doing that for the lulls. Stock can keep going higher, but it can't go below 0. Yeah, yeah. The thing about shorting though is like there's a lot of aspects to shorting, right? Like it's like hedging and like balancing your portfolio, and you want, or you just want to capitalize on the downside, right? Because the other thing about shorting, a lot of times it's fast, right? The moves down are fast. You make money pretty quick in shorts. Like stairs up, elevators down, and then when you're on top of it using like leverage, the gains can get like pretty ridiculous. Like I was talking about this on stream the other day. I think you were here. I don't know if you were here or not. Whatever. I was talking about some guy that I know who's like basically this is he just shorts these stocks. That's like this 90% of his trade, just shorting these low cap parabolic pumps after the pump is done. And he's mega juicing, mega juicing. He started trading when I did, and his account size is like 3 or 4 times mine, if not more. And mine's grown pretty quick, pretty quick, pretty quick compared to the average person. It's because like the gains are so ridiculous, right? When you're like doing this with options. But there's a lot of risk though, like especially like the thing. I mean, I don't know if you were alluding to gapping or not, but yeah, if you're shorting and you get gapped on, good luck. Robinhood had announcement today to do social trading. What's that? Oh, like a Twitter for trading. Didn't people already use what's it called, like FinTwit or StockTwit or something? What's it called? Yeah, StockTwit. Robinhood had an announcement today, or did that? You can see other investors' gains, losses, stocks. Oh, it's post portfolio. The community talk. Interesting. 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 Thing is, I don't like. I don't know. Mm, I don't really dabble in like trading communities and like social media trading groups, stuff like that. I just find most people like most people aren't traders, right? Most people aren't traders. They're just in there yapping at the end of the day. Just yapping extremely confidently about something that they don't know what they're talking about. So like one, I find that incredibly annoying to read, so I try to avoid it. And two, the other thing is let's exclude that subset of people, and then we'll include only the set of people that know what they're doing. Well, even then, it's noise, right? It's like so much noise. Because if I'm trading using market profiles and someone else is trading like moving averages with like a bearish bias, and someone else is trading like some algorithmic system, right? With like deviations from like Lord knows what. We're all gonna have like different signals for different trades. And at the end of the day, like let's say we're looking at the chart, and then someone gets like a signal to like short up here, and they already had like a bearish bias in mind given what they've been seeing. And they take this short and they go down. And like yesterday, like on stream, we were talking about the long here, and I've had a bullish bias for taking these highs, and I'm seeing the data align, and I take this long. Both of us like made money, like taking two opposite sides of the trade, right? So at the end of the day, there's no like really right or wrong. Well, I'll let the peek at your friends' trades, just to get some exposure, maybe learn some tips. He does what everyone else does. I think he's just a bit better at how we phrase this. At the end of the day, trading is like a big picture, right? It's like a big photograph, and it's just empty. Like it starts off empty, and then like I look at one piece of data, and like the sun like appears, and like another piece of data, and like the water appears, and like another piece of data, and like the boat starts to appear, and like the more data you're looking at, like the better the image fills out. And like at the end of the day, you're never gonna have a perfect image, but you're trying to make exact decisions based like on incomplete information. But some people do this process a lot faster than others. And he's like one of those people. Again, like handle processing a bunch of data at once, and act on it like quickly without like losing their composure. Because at the end of the day, a lot of people are doing that, right? It's not like he's some like giga brain genius just figured out something that no one else is doing. Like everyone is doing this. What was I gonna say? Something else about him too, though. It's probably yeah. It's probably I'd say the biggest thing, and that's usually the case for like most really good traders, at least that I've seen. Because most people are like brute forcing just like a repeating setup, which is perfectly fine, nothing wrong with that. But then there's like the tier above, right? The people that are able to mm, see the trade develop in the moment as it is happening. The music's done, yeah. Close. The sun appears. The Smart idea. So many noobs are focused on trying to pump up the money for harvesting. I wouldn't say it's as simple as that though. It's not as simple as that. Cause like, how many people on this chart do you think tried shorting these areas and just got wrecked? And then same thing, and then wrecked. Same thing, wrecked. So. Especially in these things, like where you talked lower earlier about like being low float, a lot of these that's the situation, right? You have to be really careful. I'm a DJ? No, no. No, I'm not a DJ. But we have the DJ Marcos AI, right? It made us trading music. And should we just throw on the DJ Marcos AI? They're just AI songs. AI songs about trading that I made.
Marcos. The math is the math. I don't do guesses. Nope. Lambo matte black. I draw it presses.
But yeah, they're all like this. They're all just like this dumb stuff like that, right? For fun, for the lulz. Heard some of the lyrics ones. It's hilarious. Yeah, I have a bunch of them. Cause like as we've been going, like I make more depending on things that we come across. So like I have some for like the Fibonacci retracement. I have some for like sweeping the Valeria lows. I have some for like shorting the lows, longing the top, like top longers, bottom shorters as we call them. Like A clowns. But you should publish an album on Spotify. Yeah, I've considered it. Some people like, cause people have been coming in here asking me for that. I just have never gotten around to doing it. What I'm gonna do is put a mix on YouTube. So I'll gather like all the songs that are of the same genre, and then say, okay, this is like the, I don't know, rap mixtape, DJ Marcos AI rap mixtape, and just toss all the songs on rap in there. They're pretty funny though. I actually like them. I was talking to somebody about this today. Because they were in disbelief. They were in disbelief that I listen to AI music. Like as in like they were offended that I listen to AI music. And I was sitting there looking at them like I don't give a fuck what you think. Like, okay, you fucking mad or not? But I haven't listened to real music in a while. I've been listening to these AI songs for like months at this point. Well, that's not true, right? Like we do listen to like Skeller on stream, like Skeller and whatnot. Spotify, you can track growth, and if you get famous, you'll get dividends. Yeah, I'll consider it. I don't know what the process of uploading to Spotify looks like. I'm not sure, but yeah, I might as well jot that down if that's an option. When did I start YouTube streaming? Good question. Let's just take a look together, shall we? It's been less than a year, that much I know. Eight months ago. This was the first video. And in terms of the streaming, Yeah, since like February. The thing is, I'm not always in this town. That's the thing. Because I used to work here, but before I quit my job, I came to this city for school, and then I stayed for work, and I got like a house here. But the problem is that this city is a bit of a university town slash government employee town. And it's not particularly big. So if you're not working, if you're not in school or you're working for the government, most people leave the city. So like now I'm in a situation where I no longer work here. And like, yeah, I have like friends that are here, but a lot of them have left and are continue to leave as time progresses. So like I don't like being here. I really don't like. It's not. It's productive because I'm sitting here alone every single day just grinding. But in terms of like a social life, not the most enjoyable one. So I do go to Toronto pretty often, and when I'm in Toronto, I don't stream. So like for instance, like I was here like all of February, and then I was in Toronto until this day, and then we streamed from this day all the way until I think it was Mother's Day. Yeah, here this little span from the 10th to the 15th, I went to Toronto, then I came back and I streamed from then all the way until August. And then from the 12th, I was in Toronto. I came back here for one weekend, and then I was in Toronto again until this day. And now we're back here, back at it again every day. But I do have to leave on the 20th, I believe, correct? Yeah, so but we got about like a week and a half left here. I have to go see my dentist there, so fortunately gonna have to leave for that. Boom, boom, boom. Thank God though, thank God. How long will I be gone for? Good question, I'm not sure. Here's the thing, I broke a tooth. I broke a tooth like literally in half. If you go on the Discord and read the market updates, you'll see. I have it here, actually. I have it literally right here. Look at this. I don't know if you can see. I'll take out the bag. My tooth literally broke. The entire tooth broke off. And I was supposed to get it fixed in the like late spring, like April, when I came back to streaming. But the reason I came back was because my house flooded. So I was supposed to have surgery to have this like thing prepared to be fixed, and I had to cancel it and then come here because the thing flooded. And I just now got the appointment again to do this. So I'm not sure what the whole procedure is like for this. So I might be there like a week, 2 weeks. I don't know. I'm not exactly certain. But I'm gonna try and stream there. I did try and stream there the last time I was there actually. Problem is I didn't bring enough things as I needed in terms of like monitors. I didn't have any like monitors there. Realistically, I should just buy another setup there. Realistically, probably the easy solution. The only problem is that I'm with my parents when I'm there, so I don't want to be in the house like just yapping out loud while they're doing shit. And their internet's not that good. But we'll see, we'll see. I do want to figure out some kind of solution. Because it also impacts like the algorithm, right? After testing, starting to stream and stop streaming like a few times now, there's very clearly like a statistical impact in the metrics when you stop for any period of time. to kind of like incentivizes you to keep like a consistent schedule. Which at the end of the day, who cares? Who cares? But if we are gonna have a YouTube channel, might as well try at least a little to grow it, right? You should get your calcium and vitamin D checked. I think they're both fine. The tooth broke. It's not because like I have a vitamin deficiency or something. I got a root canal. I got a root canal on that tooth. Let's say this is the tooth. So like they like drill like doon. So they're gonna get a root canal, like drill in, and then they like pull out a bunch of stuff from like in here in the tooth. So this shit all comes out, and then they like fill the hole, and that's it. Root canal done, right? Check mark. But the dentist that did mine did not do this part properly. So like they left some of this crap in here, and then they sealed it. And then the tooth started rotting more and more up here. And then one day I was eating, and the whole tooth broke. The thing I just showed you, it's this. The whole thing just snapped right in half because it was like rotten to the core. So now I have to get an implant, which is like a pain in the fucking ass. And I'm gonna do Invisalign. Because I had braces as a kid, but my bottom teeth down here, like, they're not shifting like crazy. You can probably can't even tell like on stream. Maybe you can if you're on like a 4K monitor or something. But like they are like not perfectly aligned, and it pisses me off to see it like that. So I was just said, fuck it, I'll just do Invisalign too while I'm at it. So I have to get an implant and Invisalign. I thought you were just doing it for fun. Yeah, I am. I mean, I am just like, I don't care for the channel to grow. Like to me, the goal of growth would be this: is that whenever I get on stream, I have enough of a following that there's always something going on in chat, right? Kind of thing. Once that point threshold gets hit, there's no difference, right? Whether it's like 100 viewers or 50 or 10,000, it's all the same thing. Bum. But I don't know. At the same time, I don't know. Because I will say this: streaming is definitely like lowered my productivity somewhat. That is like a statement that cannot be disputed. But I think in the grand scheme of things, that's definitely like a worthwhile doing. At least for me. It's like the social, sane aspect for public speaking. At the end of the day, like the people I'm talking to in chat, I probably talk to you guys more than anyone else I know, aside from like a handful of friends. So it does make a difference whether people realize it or not. And I really want to get good public speaking skills. I want to become like a really good public speaker. So the only way to do it is to practice. Pretty cool, actually. I saw a very interesting video about this on YouTube recently, and I've been doing it for 10 minutes a day. And it's actually quite helpful. Incredibly helpful, actually. I'm like mind blown at how cool of a trick this is. And it's so simple. All you do is go to like a random word generator online, generate a random word, and talk about it for 2 minutes. Whatever word it spits out, just start yapping about it for 2 minutes. So let's just go look at one right now. Like wire, right? I guess we could start talking about the dental wire that broke, about the wires and the power lines. Bum, 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 bum. But and if you do it, like at least for me, when I did it, I could feel the wheels turning in my brain. I don't know how else to describe it. It's the weirdest thing. And the other thing about it is that it kind of helps you with stopping to do like ums, that kind of stuff. Because like since the topic is like so new in your head, you have to like stop to think about it. Like you're just not saying anything. You're not doing because you're just thinking about the topic you just randomly had put into your brain. In my experience, at least. And it feels that way. The past few like weeks or two, it has felt like it's been doing it less and less. Pretty cool YouTube channel. What's it called? Who did I get that from? Also Andrew Tate, right? People can say what they want about that guy, but like very good public speaker. Where's that damn video?
I don't really like listening to my own voice.
Oh yeah, here we go. Vin Jiang. Just write it down. Pretty cool stuff. Become a prime minister? No, I think I'll be a pretty good politician. Or I think I'll be a fair politician. But I suspect politics is not at all as what people think it is. To me, from the outside looking in, it seems like you're just part of some machine as much as you might want to do or change certain things. Good luck actually getting it done. Plus, I can't say I don't have a whole lot of faith in politics personally. I think politics are essentially like theater for the masses. Because there's so much incentive to manipulate, right? At the end of the day, as long as you get their vote, that's it. That's all that matters. People say whatever, do whatever. Yeah, I had to learn to stop the ums back in college and public speaking class. Yeah, I was better before. My problem was first it was the pandemic. Because there was a long period of time where I just wasn't speaking because everyone was in lockdown in their homes. And then after the pandemic, when we came back out and started socializing again, I found myself at a loss for words all the time, all the time. As somebody who used to have like a pretty decent vocabulary, I couldn't articulate my thoughts. I'll be either sitting thinking, and getting the words wouldn't come out. So I literally had to go buy a dictionary and a thesaurus and start like reading it to remember how to like speak properly. And to this day, like the effects of that have still been lingering. Like, and yes, now they're starting to go away because I've been a lot more mindful of it. But even like when I first started streaming, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we go back to some of the first streams. I'm sitting there talking and it sounds like something's wrong with me, like something's wrong with my brain. More water. And now that I'm working alone again in the same kind of situation, streaming is like a way to alleviate that and also improve, become better than I ever have been. Hopefully. If not, rip. F's in the chat. You're pretty good. Take a moment to form your thoughts sometimes. Just the audience know you're about to come with some good shit. In reality, just my two brain cells trying to fire off a thought. If I get into politics, I'm about to realize the system. It's so hard though. It's hard. Like how can you? It's hard. It's so hard. Especially given that it's like a democracy, right? If you get the people on your side, they must believe in your energy. That's the problem, though. That's literally the whole. What you just described. That's the problem with politics, right? What you're describing should have nothing to do with it. Like people should be winning based on like the merit of their like logical arguments and things they're campaigning on. But that's not what people vote on. They vote on like who's the most like charismatic, likable person. It's not really politics, is it? It's just like a popularity contest. Like people can like, right, for instance, like you know, a huge negative stigma around Trump. But there's like objectively good things that they're doing, right? Like there's no debating that some of the things that they've done is like good. Trump captured America because of a debate performance when he told everyone politics is corrupt. And when they asked him about how he knew about the corruption, he told me he participates in it. Yeah, but I think people were a bit too. And this repeats in history, right? If you like study history, it's like, politics are like a pendulum. And like when you like sway too far to one side, it's like creates a tremendous amount of resentment, and you just end up swaying back the other way. I think people got tired of getting fucking told what to do and constantly like lied to with like blatant obvious lies in the media. I think Elon Musk buying Twitter was incredibly important to humanity. Incredibly important, actually. Because before that, social media and whatnot was like incredibly left-leaning censored. Incredibly left-leaning censored. Henry was just like, there's no corruption. Representing the majority rather than the minority. But like, well, I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, what do you mean by that? Because like lately, the politics were swaying were the complete opposite, right? Like like the focus was on like, these like extreme minority parties. thing needs to charge. Damn. Because like it seems like a lot of the laws have, like, think about all the movements that have occurred, like feminism, like feminist movements, or whatever, like LGBTQ or whatever the fuck it is nowadays, like those movements, mm, like diversity initiatives and whatnot. Like in theory, it's supposed to be about like, okay, let's say people believed to be, and the data suggested that there was like an upper class of like whatever, like white people, sure, right? They will let whatever you want, and then the people were like down here below, and ideally it's supposed to be up to here, right? And now we're at the same. But like this is not what's occurring, right? It's like what's really happening is like just flipping the boxes. Like now this is white and this is everything else. Or like maybe not everything else, but like certain groups are like being going above and beyond equality, just the other way, or it's the other way now, right? And I think a lot of people are getting tired of that as well, fatigued. It's like promoting like incompetent employees just because like their skin color. A bit ridiculous, right? Citizens United allowed companies to throw money. Citizens United allows companies to throw money around to represent their interests. Yeah. Are you saying it doesn't happen? Like, what's the takeaway point from that statement? No, it should be merit based. Yeah, it should be merit based. That's the problem. It should have always been merit based. And the people that said that were like demonized, right? It's like in Canada, for example. Okay, like the thing about Brampton. Like I'm nothing against brown people or anything like that. Like just regular normal people. But there's very clearly like a huge amount of them all immigrating to Canada. More than we can handle. Like our system cannot handle that many immigrants. And at the time when this was starting to happen, people were pointing this out. Like, hey, we don't have enough homes for this. We don't have enough doctors for this. We don't have enough infrastructure to support this even down the road. It's gonna take a long time to build this out. And what was people's response? Like, you're fucking racist, alt-right, far like right Nazi, right? For pointing out like simple, basic facts. And it was for many things, right? The same thing with COVID, right? Anyone that questioned the COVID vaccine was like, again, some weird alt right Nazi, like Hitler supporting person. Like it made no sense, right? Child rapist, pedophile, like it's absurd. People were fucking crazy. People are tired of that shit, tired of it, right? Bum, 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 bum. Takeaways: companies do not represent people. People represent people. The money needs to get out of politics. If you're super wealthy, you can ignore the bribes. Hmm. Yeah, fair enough. I'll argue that. But I don't think it's as blanket of a statement as saying that companies don't represent people. Like there are companies that do a lot of good. And sometimes people also like ignore, don't see the long scale impact of the good, right? I was talking about this with somebody yesterday, and they're like the typical like anti-capitalist person, right? Like, oh fuck capitalism, like shouldn't be billionaires, like the typical arguments you hear. And I'm sitting there like, okay, you say that, but like the cost of goods and the cost of living, or like the quality of living is way higher now than it would have been otherwise, and the cost of goods is way lower than it would have been otherwise. And the fact that they've been able to like grow into these massive entities is the reason why we have technological developments like ChatGPT coming out, which now means that literally any person in the world can have like a private teacher, private doctor, and that's only going to get more and more true as the technology advances. So in reality, that's like a huge fucking net positive for humanity. And you're sitting here crying because like their revenue's too high for your liking. They have too many zeros in their bank account. And the reality is that it's not like, oh, Jeff Bezos is a billionaire. It's not like he's just sitting with billions of dollars in bills, $100 bills, sitting in his fucking in his backyard, right, in some safe underground. Like it's not liquid money. It's like shares of companies they own, or like a yacht that they own, or their houses they own. Not simple as just saying, yeah, they're a billionaire, could give their money away. It's an investment in startup companies, so on and so forth. So I think people are a little bit short-sighted in that regard. This is my opinion. I'm sure there's like are some cons to capitalism, but me personally, I think the pros way outweigh the cons. Personally. Should we do a bit of a juice box here? Do a quick juice box, and we'll continue this yap before we get too tired. Wealthy people work hard for their money. There's no valid argument to take away their money. Yeah, I somewhat agree. Somewhat agree. Like at the end of the day, that there is like a point in wealth where it's like if you have $100 billion or $200 billion, like no diff, right? At that point, no diff. Like the most expensive yacht you can buy is like not even $1 billion. Boom, boom. Hard to say. I've never like sat down and looked at the financials of these people like super in depth. I'd imagine realistically they probably could tax them something a bit more reasonable, because it is a bit abusive that everyone just loopholes their assets, right? It is a little abusive. But it's a very hard problem to address too, right? Because if you start to like tax on unrealized capital gains, people are gonna leave, right? They're gonna say fuck you, move to another country. And then like not only are you like losing that potential tax revenue of what you were taxing, but then they're taking all their businesses with them. So yeah, it's quite a delicate situation going on there. I just came up with the idea of having a juice box at the end of the stream. I don't know. Well, because like, we're always talking about juice, right? Like juicy trades, juicy knowledge, etc. We're just joking about the juice. And one day we just started doing the juice box. Not just kind of like a habit, a little routine people can come checking on. Also helps me, right? Helps me keep things in mind. And you can't screw the wealthy over because you're moving the incentive for them to grow the economy more. Yeah, exactly. Look what happened with Jeff Bezos in Washington. They wanted to tax him a bunch. He said, okay, fuck you, I'm going to Florida. And they just lost all the tax revenue they were getting from that guy. Look at the UK. What's a statistic? I think every 45 minutes there's like a billionaire, or not billionaire, a millionaire moving from the UK. So no one wants to deal with that shit. They tax you a shitload, especially in the UK, right? The places where like there's potential civil unrest and like high amounts of crime and whatnot. No one wants to deal with that. And the only people that are the ones that can get away with that, get away from that, are the rich people, right? The rich people vote with their feet. So definitely can't mistreat them because they'll just say fuck you and leave. UK has high taxes because of healthcare. Yeah, we have high taxes here too. It's absurd. It's not worth it. Not worth it at all. Like me, I've had a pain here in my back, like upper rib cage area, for months. I mentioned this on stream probably like in last year at some point. Not last year, we weren't shooting back then, but like in the early streams, I'm sure I mentioned it once at some point. I'm still waiting to see the specialist for that. I could have cancer for all I know. I could have like stage 3, stage 4 cancer just forming there, and I don't know about it. And I'm sitting here waiting to see a doctor. Shout out to the free healthcare though. It's free at least. Probably your kidney. Should get your urinalysis and blood labs. Yeah, I've done all that. Like all them. What's the word? What's the word I'm thinking about? Damn. Whatever, like the first rounds of testing when you go to the doctor with some issue, right? Usually they send you off to get like a blood panel. I got the ultrasound done there. The piss test you're describing. Yeah, I did all that already. They don't know what's going on. I don't either. Because it's not like pain. It's not pain, but it just something. It feels like something is there, which is fucking a little even more alarming. We'll say that. Feels like there's a tumor in there. Welcome to my life.
Yeah, Marcos, you sure of that? Ha! Bottom in, baby. Now we dancing. Short the floor, you crazy price with moon. Now you shaky. I bought low, now it pays. You and short, you hate me mad short. My you do that. Now you crying in your group chat. Not so tight, I don't do cap. Caught that wig, now I flew past. They said bearish, I said bet. Tap that fib to place the nets. While they panic, I just flex.
Be surprised how helpful honesty can be. I've told them I haven't. I think I'm just sitting here waiting to die. Just casually streaming every day until one day I just croak over in my chair. You guys are trying to find out where I live to come like steal all my crypto before like police show up. I've told multiple doctors. You know how far back this issue goes actually? It goes back, now that I think about it, it goes back way longer than the stream. Because I was dating a doctor when I had a hernia repair. And that was here. That was back then here. It's just like 2 years, 2 years basically now. Well, at this time though, I didn't see an actual doctor. I just talked to the doctor I was dating about it, and then she was like in my room, like fucking around, just like feeling around my back and whatnot. She said it was a muscular thing, quite confidently too, and maybe she's right. Cause I did used to like sit at my computer in like really awkward positions, like while gaming or doing work, and I still continue to do so. So maybe it is that. Maybe it's just like a matter of having like incorrect desk posture over a prolonged period of time, causing like muscle imbalance there or tightness or something of that nature, which would somewhat align with the symptoms of like feeling something weird there. Maybe the simple solution is getting massages regularly. You think I trust that's already taken with minimal time delay? Yeah, that's the problem with the healthcare here. That doesn't exist. Taking any muscle relaxants? No, no, no muscle relaxants. Glance at some of this date, so. Also, the YouTube bots are back. The last few times that I've left the stream playing the music, they didn't comment on the video, but they did again today. Massages? Is that really a valid treatment option for strained muscles? I'm not sure. Let's look it up. The thing is, I don't know if it's a strained muscle either. I don't know exactly what it is, but massages are really good for you. Like I'm definitely. Like I'm doing physio because I got into a car accident in the fall. Like whenever I'm done physio, I'm probably just gonna start doing massages like regularly all the time, just cause. It's like, there's a lot of health benefits, right? On top of just feeling good. It says that they can be helpful for strained muscles. Yeah, lots of I used to not be a believer in this stuff, massages and whatnot, because I was always have the mindset like, oh, my back feels fine, or like my body feels fine. I don't need it. And also, I had the thought process of, oh, in my mind, I feel fine in this state. So if I go get this massage, and then I feel way better afterwards, I'm gonna feel compelled to go all the time because now my baseline of fine has like changed. So I never bothered to do them. Not only that, but like this is before I traded and whatnot, and I've always been like a pretty stingy person, so I didn't want to waste money on it. But now after like knowing what I know of all the health benefits that come with them, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. I'm on a pretty big health arc, we'll say. Medical insurance doesn't cover massages. Here we did. Here we had health benefits for massages at my old job. You couldn't get them whenever you wanted. There's like a cap. They allocate, like, let's just say $2,000 a year for like chiropractor, massage, physiotherapy, things of that nature. It's like once you hit the cap, like, you no longer can claim it, but up until you get it to the cap, you could use it, right, for free. But I don't have like health insurance anymore. Or like, sorry, like benefits from work. I still have like the government health care that they provide for free. You're getting famous. The boss only comment on popular channels. I don't know about that. It's always the same comment, and I thought it stopped because YouTube finally figured it out. Because I'm like, there's no way they haven't like caught on to like what these people are doing. I mean, just go find an example of this. It's the same message every single time. Literally every single time in the video, these things appear. And it's only, everything I notice, it's only the videos that I'm streaming like the open interest with the music playing. It's never on my actual YouTube videos, like it was this stream. Which is always interesting, right? Why is that the case? It's always the same comment. Something, 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 and then I have USDT in my wallet, and this is the phrase. Can you help me out? Like, surely they can auto-detect this? Surely? Are these health benefits you're talking about true? Oh, the massages? Yeah. Of course. Like, even if you want to look at it from the most simplistic view of just it helps promote blood flow. It's already good, right? Plus, I think the other thing a lot of people don't realize, and I guess I should say I didn't realize more than a lot of people. I'm really speaking about myself here. When you're in a routine in your life, between like work and sleep and the gym, very high probability that you're doing repetitive actions over and over and over, and like overcompensating with some part of your body and not compensating for the other. So like, let's say I've been doing a gym routine for like 3 months straight, and I'm sitting in my chair in a certain way while working, and I'm sleeping a certain way while I sleep, and all of those are confluencing. not to talk about trading or confluence, but like they're all impacting in a way such that it's like impacting part of the muscles in your back to like not be used or be used a bit too much. Well, then getting the extra attention there and getting blood flowing through that muscle and like potentially activating it if they do the needle work, it's like a big deal, right? So it's bringing a lot more balance to your body. Let's just list out what some of the other pros are. Reduces muscle tension and stiffness by loosening tight or overworked muscles. Improves flexibility and range of motion by helping the joints and muscles move more freely. Supports recovery from injuries by promoting healing in strains, sprains, and soreness. It's a bit vague. What does that mean? Reduces the risk of injury by keeping your muscles supple and improving body awareness. Improves blood flow, enhances lymphatic drainage. Helps with DOMS, which is just like muscle pains after a workout. Delayed onset muscle, whatever it's called. Helps like decompress areas that are swelling around certain nerves. On top of just the physical aspect, there's also something to be said for like, human contact. We are like hardwired to respond to it like, biologically. Amongst other things, I'm not gonna read all this thing because it's freaking essay at this point to finish reading this, but I'm sure you can dig more if you want. I'm a bot. Yeah, exactly. The whole chat's just AI chat bots. That'd be interesting actually. I wonder if we did have a bunch of chat bots in the chat, what would happen to the channel? Out of curiosity. You think the viewers would go up? Probably would. Probably would. Should we just toss in like 20 chat GPT agents into the chat? I've actually read some pretty alarming stuff. Like people are already under the belief that most interactions on the internet are already with bots. Eventually the LLMs will get so good you can't even tell who's real and who the bot in chat is. Yeah, basically. It's already happened. We were talking about this on stream a while ago, but there was like a group of scientists that did a study on this. Like essentially what they did was they got like an LLM to go on Reddit and try to convince people that shit was true that was not actually true. And it was manipulative. Like the LLM would scour your entire post history of whoever was trying to convince, and then it would phrase things to target you specifically to make you believe it, knowing what your biases are and whatnot. And it was incredibly effective. Like the results of the study is incredibly effective. Pretty cool stuff. Also somewhat scary for the future, but did I do today's Wordle? No, I thought that even existed. People still do that? Wordle. I forgot how I used to play this game. I had like a strat for this. What was the first word I used to use? I'm sure you must know it. Everyone knows it. What's the word everyone uses? What was the one word? It's you story. No, I think it's the first one you said, because yeah, I think it's that one. Because one of the words it eliminates a ton of the vowels. I think it was that one. And I think another one of the words eliminates like the most common consonants. What was the other one? Adieu, Audio, Crane, Slate, and Trace.
Hey, told him watch the numbers. Marcos, man, talk different. Facts. We up. Let's go.
Apparently, researchers at MIT found salet to be the optimal starting word. S-A-L-E-T. What even is that? Salet? A bowl-shaped combat helmet from the 15th century. Basically a bowl cut helmet. Isn't there another game people play now? What's it called? It's something to do with categories. We have to pick words that go into a category. It's like another one of these like New York Times games, I believe. I do Wordle and LinkedIn games every day. I didn't even know there was LinkedIn games. I didn't even know that. Good to do though, good to do these kind of things. Especially as you get older. You know, that's actually another reason that streaming is like quite important. There's a lot of long-term brain health impacts of being in isolation. But scary, actually. And the more I think about it, the more the logic behind it makes sense. But essentially what people are claiming is that if you are like a human that lives in isolation, the probability of having dementia and Alzheimer's and whatnot goes like way up. Way up. And that kind of makes sense, right? Because like, think about it. Like person A is somebody that's like constantly having social interactions, and person B is not. So, like this person is like constantly letting their brain relax, and they just listen to others. Whereas this person is like constantly thinking to themselves, just hammering away at their brain. Boom, 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 boom. I can imagine that down the prolonged effect of doing this like does impact your brain's effectiveness, right? Sudoku? I used to play Sudoku a lot. I used to play that a lot. And I still do. Whenever I'm traveling, it's usually something I play. Your hippocampus is one of the very few cells that have the ability to grow. Interesting. Yeah, I have a whole book on this I read. It's pretty cool if you guys want to read it. It's called Social and Why Our Brains Are Wired to Connect. A lot of interesting stuff in there, pretty eye-opening too. Well, a little depressing as well for me personally, but whatever. Whatever. Too late for me, we'll say that. Other cells are only able to be. Oh, you already read that. Yeah, pretty cool. I actually saw a pretty cool podcast about the brain the other day too. Essentially, the guy, and take this with a grain of salt. Take this with a massive grain of salt, because like there's a high potential that this person could just be shilling their medical clinic on the internet. But he was on the podcast. What's it called? Diary of a CEO. I think that's the podcast is called. The YouTube channel. Yeah, Diary of a CEO. Whatever. Essentially, this guy has a medical clinic and they do advanced brain imaging. And they compared the host of the podcast brain with like a quote unquote healthy brain, and the host's brain was like all kinds of messed up, right? And the guy kind of went into reasons as to why that may be, and a lot of it has to do with like how much metals you're consuming in your water, if you have like any kind of mold residue in your house, certain kinds of food you're eating and whatnot. And it was quite fascinating to see him then present cases of brain images that they had of pre and post treatment brains, and like how much of a difference it made in eliminating those like factors from your house, right? Which makes me paranoid because my basement flooded. So like, is there a chance that they left some mold somewhere and now it's like slowly in my house entering my brain? It's making me paranoid, right? I'm like, I'm already paranoid as is. It made it like 10 times worse. 17th episode. It's curious because one of the very first comments was some lady saying that she took her kid to this guy's clinic before, and it was like essentially not a scam, but it was like you have to pay a tremendous amount to go to this guy's clinic, so most people can't afford it to begin with. And then like once they do their analysis, then you have to pay like way more for like the different kinds of treatments that they're offering you. So at the end of the day, it's just some random person on YouTube's comment. We won't discredit someone's entire career because of a YouTube comment, but something to note. 17th episode. There's so many. I haven't. There's so many on there I haven't seen. Cool channel. I like it. Cool channel. Like, we're pretty fortunate to be alive in the era we are now, right? Where there's like, not this is just channel, but like any kind of podcast that hosts people that are the best in whatever they do. Pretty cool. Same here. I'm apparently we're getting mold in the basement. Suppose there's a benefit to getting a house out of basement. Yeah, that too. I'm considering also like moving to like a penthouse. Just saying fuck it and living in top of a building. The thing is, I never lived in buildings, and I'm most not like a huge fan of heights. Like whatever, I'll deal with it if I have to, but I don't know if I'll be too comfortable if I lived on top of the Burj Khalifa, for example. I saw the one where two neurologists debate about ChatGPT. Wow, that one I haven't seen. There's so many. This guy pumps them out pretty often, and some of them can get pretty lengthy. Same with like the Lex Friedman ones. Interesting. Yeah, we have to catch up on some of these. Renting will allow you to reduce home ownership stress. Yeah, yeah. But can't say I'm like stressed about home ownership though. Juice box, you should pull out a box. Orange juice, top of the fridge in your desk end of the stream. No, I don't drink juice, I don't drink juice. Too much sugar. Maybe if I had like freshly squeezed myself, like orange juice or something, I'd consider it. But I wouldn't buy that stuff from the store. Also, a random side note, but I saw a girl who made a video about this. Essentially, like she bought like a bottle of like squeezed orange juice from the store, and they gave her like the bottle, like, whatever, like the stupid bottle. We got what I'm doing. Whatever, like the liquid's up to like here, and they charge her like, let's just say $4. And then she bought like $4 worth of oranges, and then went home and squeezed them herself. And she ended up getting like 2.5 bottles worth of orange juice for the same price. Plus minus whatever like additives and whatnot garbage they're putting in there. And also the same experiment for a pineapple. Anyways, let's do a quick. Actually, let me look at this data real quick, and then we're gonna go with the juice box. Although I suspect nothing's really changed here. Grocery stores charging for convenience. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But I mean, I would say more so like the stuff they put in it than the convenience part. That's the real kicker for me. It's pretty alarming, right? If you do like I mean, I think everyone's starting to become aware of like how bad microplastics in the food has gotten. And like all the chemical waste and everything that it leads to. So like my goal at this point, more than anything, is to just find some kind of like extremely traditional type wife who just wants to just grow vegetables, have some kind of like farm animals perhaps, and just grow food and cook it. Literally the dream. The dream. The freshly squeezed orange juice has no chemicals in it. The machine squeezes the oranges in front of you. Oh, you're talking about those like orange. No, I was talking about just like the bottled ones they have prepared there. I think the one you're describing, yeah, is like more normal, more reasonable. But we don't have those here. We don't have those here. The only reason I'm familiar with them is because I've seen them in other countries. At least where I am in Canada, in Toronto, and where I am now, I haven't seen what you're describing. You do yourself and one will come later. Too long of a endeavor doing it that way. Oh yeah, the data. This is now a gardening channel. I probably will down the road do that kind of stuff. My parents are like really big into that. Well, first of all, my parents were like literal farmers when they were like younger, but now like they have like they always have a garden, right? Always growing like tomatoes, peppers, like all kinds of stuff at home. And it's noticeable. Like I don't know if you've ever grown anything yourself. Like when you eat stuff that you grow yourself versus like stuff from you buy from the store, it's like pretty noticeable. Okay. It's just Prince of a Garden 2. Yeah, plus there's something like spiritual about it, I suppose, right? At the end of the day, we are all like kind of plants in some way. Can't tell you how many people I know who want to quit their job life and start a farm of their own land. Yeah, I mean it's like seems like a nice way to live. Seems like a nice way to live to me. Like away from all like the chaos of society. Just chilling with your family, enjoying like the beautiful view, beautiful food. Probably surrounded by a handful of pretty easygoing, chill neighbors. Probably like a lot more sense of community with the people there than in a big city. Like I mean, I don't know about you, but me, like I don't. I've lived in this house for a while now. I barely know any of my neighbors. None of us like talk to each other. Don't nothing. Like yeah, sure. Like once in a blue moon, they'll come knock on my door and be like, "Hey, can I park in your driveway for like XYZ reason?" But other than that, like I don't know. None of us talk to each other. As opposed to like when I go to Spain with my family and like they're from like a small town, like everyone knows each other, right? Everyone's talking to each other. Like in the morning, everyone's at like the town cafe getting coffees, talking, blah blah blah. Start a community group, block parties. I want to be a politician. I don't know about that. If I wanted to do anything in that realm, I would want to be a supreme justice. Cause my great grandfather was a judge. I think I'll do a pretty good job of mm, delivering justice in an unbiased manner. Plus, I already have like the logic background of like a lawyer, right? Also, my favorite people to date. Lawyers are always my favorite people to date. Easy to get along with and like debate stuff. Like logical. Oh, I missed one of your comments. Whoops. Whoops. So I remember I read it, but I didn't say it out loud, and it made me think in my head. Like the intelligence brings depression. It's very true, right? It's actually quite interesting if you look in. If you study the history of mathematics and physics and whatnot, do you know how many of them fucking kill themselves? Actually absurd. I was watching, like, I was learning with these people, and every single time it ended in a suicide. I'm like, what the hell? Like, why is every famous mathematician just killing themselves? I can understand it. I can understand it, 'cause I've definitely like thought about it myself sometimes. What do I like lawyers? Mm. Yeah, the stuff I was just stating, basically. Like they can debate things without getting emotional. That's the other thing too, right? They can debate things without letting their emotion get the best of them, which I like a lot. Cause like I'm someone that likes to like debate things, right? I'm not in some like disrespectful manner, but it's the only way to learn. Only way to learn. Am I dating one right now? Depends on your definition of dating. I just started like dating in the sense of like talking to girls and going out on first dates with them kind of thing. So like, that's why tomorrow like, I'm not streaming in the afternoon probably because I'm going out for like dinner. So they'll only want me streaming when I get back, if I get back. And then same with like day after kind of thing. Like I have plans with different people both days. I don't like it though. I don't like it. Dating is. Are you profitable? I'll watch if you are. Yes, yes, I am profitable. I trade for a living. Wouldn't be much of a living if I wasn't. Have fun. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fun. Should be fun. Thing is, I don't like dating. I'm not. Mm, like yeah, it's fun to like meet people and hang out and do stuff, but it's like a time a waste, right? It's a waste of time. I would much rather just have like a someone I'm dating permanently, right? It's like a girlfriend that turns into a wife on the road. It's huge waste of time. Huge waste of time. Because every time you meet someone new, you're having like the same conversations over and over, and you're probably doing the same kind of stuff over and over. Like let's say you live in a town. Let's say I'm in Toronto, right? And I meet someone, and like we end up going to see the CN Tower one day for like a dinner. Chances are, if I meet somebody else, I'm probably gonna do the same thing at some point. So you're like repeating the same things with like different people, and just wasting time. I don't like that. I don't like wasting my time too much. We only have so much of it. It's like the most sacred unit of time that we have. So watches are so expensive, right? Tracks the most precise, the most important unit of time the most precisely. Bum, 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 bum. Anyways, let's kind of address this juice box real quick. The reason I drew these boxes, was I was just kind of tracking what the open interest is looking like. Mm. The boxes are longs. The boxes. Can you tell me what the drawings in the chart? Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Like these boxes where there's like clusters of longs. So like we talked about this earlier, how people were like scaling into the long on this move down, and then they got, and they didn't close yet, and then they went back under, and now we're like potentially saving them again. So like like this zone is like a big cluster of longs here, and if we go up, like they're freed. If we go down, they're all underwater, right? And the ovals are like where shorts are at. These are where a lot of shorts are at. So everyone down here right now is like trapped on the short and hasn't closed yet. So if we start to go up, like they're gonna get squeezed out, right? And these shorts are gonna start to get squeezed with them. Because it's gonna go higher and higher, and then these guys are gonna start to close out too. So it's like a risking squeezing to the upside. But the main thing we're watching here is the same thing we were watching at the start of the stream, right? Like, are we gonna do one of these failed auctions down here or not? So the main question is, are we flipping this zone? If we can start to like change the structure here, then we're putting in higher highs and higher lows again, right? Balancing out the value area low. I'm sure people will be targeting this at the minimum. And like these levels up here and all the liquidity and everything else that we've discussed, this has been the case for a while, right? As per usual, a continuation of the past. But we'll see, right? Tomorrow is, what, CPI, correct? Or PPI. Yeah. So like be mindful when that drops, and also be mindful of the 10-year bond auction later on in the day once the market's going. Because there's gonna be a volatility from that, right? Potential volatility from both, which could like sideline whatever moves going on here. Like let's say we start pumping up, and then those stuff comes out, then market just prices in as a bearish news. Do I think of TJR? I'm not sure. Not sure. Seems like a LARP to me. Seems like a LARP to me. I haven't watched enough to know though. All I'll say is that I've watched one of that guy's videos one single time, and he talked about 2 trades in the video, and in both trades he made the exact same mistake, admittedly, and then continued to do the same mistake. So to me, massive red flag, right? How can you possibly be a trader who's continuing to do the same mistakes over and over, not addressing that and stop doing that? And I've heard some rumblings from traders on the inside about this guy who say the same thing. Just some social media LARP. Which to me, it seems that way based on that one video. But that's it. I've only watched one video. I've never consumed anything else of his content, so I don't know. Take my opinion with a massive grain of salt. Massive grain of salt. Either way, good for him, I suppose, right? Good for him. Either way. Not a hater, but I have heard some funny rumblings about that. Where were we? You know what we'll tell TJR? You know what we'll tell him? We'll tell him this, right? This is all we're gonna tell that guy. Get your bread up, right? Get your fucking bread up to your boy. That's all we're gonna say to that fucking guy, right? Get your money up, not your funny up. I don't know though. And the other thing about it, which makes me think maybe he is legit, maybe just not the best of traders, is the fact that he was recently on like one of the Words of Wisdom podcast episodes or the Titans of Tomorrow podcast. And I think nowadays they vet all their people given all the shit that they got for unvetted traders in the past. So that makes me lean towards the fact that he is legit. But I don't know. I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't know the guy. I've never seen his account either, right? For all I know, like he just has a shit ton of money, and he's just trading it on stream. But his like P&L curve is just like flat. But he's gaining money because of the viewership, not from his trading. So a lot of fuckery can be happening there, and I'm not informed enough to give an opinion one way or the other. In terms of these trades, though, kind of what I assumed as well. Yeah, it just, I don't know. That one video to me was really off-putting. Because, like, one, listening to him talk about why he was taking the trades was, like, already suspicious, right? Like, he's looking at the chart and he's like, oh, like, I don't know, like, it just looked like it was going to roll over. It looked like it was going to roll over. I'm like, what does that mean? Like, there's no, you're not using any data to support that statement. Like, what do you mean it looks like it's going to roll over? Like, let's just take an example of, like, price action, right? Like let's say it's like doing like some kind of like a bear flag type thing. Like these two sequences of price action look exactly the same, right? Just down, sideways, and then down. But the data around this can be entirely different, right? Like are the oscillators printing narratives here or not? Right? When we got up here, did like $100 million in longs open at the top of the move or not? As we were moving up here, up into this high, like did the underwater shorts that were open down here get finished squeezed out or not? Was open interest going up or was it declining? Was CUD going up or was it declining? What was the order flow looking like? Like blah blah blah, right? I guess go here and go down the fucking list of data that you're not seeing in the price action chart that you need to know to make decisions. And he's not talking about any of this. All he's saying is, oh, it looked like it was going to go lower. Okay. Good luck with that. So, between that and the whole thing about him doing the same mistake twice in a row, it's like, okay, I don't know what's going on here, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe it was just that one video I happened to watch where that happened, and not have like a bad bias up for no reason. But we'll say this: if this like kind of failed auction forms down here for the long, because personally I wouldn't have been taking this long with these like unfinished lows down here and like all this. Like this, I would not have been entertaining this personally. Some people did, so like they're trying to front run this zone, obviously. Risky trade, but you know that's the payoff, right? You take the additional risk, and they got the initial move. So if you end up going for them, like that's the optimal entry. If not, you're probably gonna wait to like retest the zone, right? So whether you get in on the pullback or you like market smash the structure change up here down the road, like a stop loss on like one of the lows. Or you can get a retest of the VWAP, right? If we do something like this. Although this is like a lot more risky, I don't know if I'd be suggesting this. But if you can get like a low time frame like scalp type entry on the VWAP, Flash of Valeria low, like this kind of region. Ding ding. Personally, me personally, I would not be taking that. Like, if we start to like lose this, I'm not looking particularly strong here anymore, right? I kind of want to like do this and start going. Don't want to spend too much time down here. So we'll say that. So the failed auction at the PD, POC. Or if you want to be like super passive, super passive, you can wait to like flip the zone up here. Like this higher time frame golden pocket. Assuming they give you this before we just sweep the highs. And like you're like seeing like confluence with this stuff. Do I only trade BTC? I usually only trade crypto. Like I swing trade traditional markets with like more high time frame swing positions. But in terms of like scalping and like whatnot, yeah, usually just crypto. But I do watch these though, right? Like you like cannot ignore like all this stuff, like the Dixie, like S&P, Nasdaq, all that. Like they all impact how the market moves, right? It's like part of the bigger picture. Like let's say for like in this case, right? There's like a poor high up here in the TPO, and like S&P is like there's a world where we like swing fail this, right? Just clean the high and start heading lower. So like, you have to be aware of that because like let's say in this case, right? This might be happening here too. We might just clean the high and then start going lower. So if you see that they're both starting to do that like in unison, then like the probability of the move being real in that direction is like higher. Like, obviously no guarantees in trading, but probabilities do start to sway. Especially if the order flow is like looking hella bearish for like S&P too, right? Very curious if we sweep all these lows and start to go or not. Just kind of like a little ding ding. Got him, right? Stop all the longs and yeet. Run off on their bitch ass. But we'll say to the bullish retest of the PD value area high. Also be mindful of tomorrow, right? Don't get got. Do not get got on like the CPI, PPI. Right? How many times do we see the initial pump is like a fake scam pump, as we call them? So be very mindful of that, especially if we're around these like key zones as it's happening. Like wait for like the candles to confirm that the candles print. And also be mindful of like the stages of the data release, right? Like first the data comes out, impacts the futures market, then the regular market opens and then they react. And then like after the initial balance is sorted by 10:30, you probably see whatever the real move is going to be. Keep those three stages in mind as price action develops. And for the rest of the longs, it's the same as yesterday, right? And the same as the previous streams. Rest of the plans have not changed. So whether we come to clean these lows, whether we come to do like the higher time frame liquidity grab, whether we end up nuking lower, which I have my doubts, right? If we come down here, feels trappy, right? I feel like there's gonna be like a lot of people trying to long this. Feels like borderline trappy. I would not be surprised if we come down here and blow through the zone, blow through it. But we'll see as usual, right? Look at the data in the moment. As long as you have an idea in mind, we're planning prepared, and most of the job's already done. But yeah, be very mindful of that when we get down here, especially if these are like beginning to roll over. And for the shorts, Mm. Rob's Child says it will hit 117 and crash. Define what your definition of crash is. I'm not sure what you mean by crash. But yeah, we have covered like a world where that happened. I think if you go back How many streams have we done since we came back?
Trends,
7 days worth of streams. I think we talked about it maybe 5 days ago on like September 4th, perhaps. Or maybe it was the very first stream back. I'm not sure. But anyways, TLDR, the whole point about what I was discussing in that stream was like the way the open interest was looking. What you're describing is on the cards, right? A massive, like it's basically a squeeze, right? Because there's like a bunch of liquidity to grab right here, a bunch. And if we start to like cascade through it with the stop losses, there's like another cluster up here. And then like the last cluster is up here. Let me just show you a picture actually, so you don't have to see you're drawing imaginary boxes, right? Let me just show you a picture. So like, there's a big, oh, I hate how it does this. Guess do it on a different chart. There's like a big cluster here, right? Big liquidity cluster here. But like, if we start to like cascade through this zone and they don't like block this, like bears don't put up like, there's like not a massive amount of absorption going on here, like, or like supply, whatever you want to call it. Then they risk like cascading into this zone, right? It's like a stop loss waterfall of like doon, because everyone starts to like chain their stop losses together. This is not the best case because there's a quite big disparity here. So that's why this zone's gonna be like pretty pivotal. It's like 114 zone. This green, basically this green box, right? Just like this is like the key zone that's gonna be getting fought for, and it's been getting fought for, right? We keep trying to approach this box, and they keep like locking it down. But yeah, if that box is not locked down by the bears, then a risk to squeezing up to here is in the cards at 117, right? Because there's a lot of garbage up here. After that, then we'll see, right? Because saying that we'll go to 117 and then crash, that's pretty... You can't say that. You can't say that, right? You're assuming too much with that statement. Because it's going to depend. At that point, like, we're coming back into this whole value range, right? If we squeeze to 117, then like, we're back up here. So like we've clearly gotten accepted back into this value area. We won't say that because like we'll have to get some kind of retest to like confirm it. But if we're all the way back up here, like quite likely, right? So at that point, it's gonna depend on like what does the data look like? Like is open interest like declining as we get up here? Like, is it increasing? Is it just like a massive squeeze? And as soon as it's done, there's no demand, then we're coming right back down? Or like do we do the squeeze and then we start to pull back for the retest? And then like bulls start stepping in, right? Start buying the retrace. Until we're up here and we can see all this, we're not gonna know that. So if we even go up there, right? First and foremost. But it is possible. It is possible. The way the open interest is set up, a squeeze like that is definitely possible. It's planning on taking a short position at 117. Yeah, you shouldn't do that. Shouldn't do that. That's like a sign, a symptom of someone that's doesn't know what they're doing exactly. Actually, I won't say that. Maybe I'm being a bit harsh because you're saying planning. At the end of the day, these are areas of interest, right? Like we already have these areas of interest in mind for shorts. Well, I'm never gonna sit here and say. Like right now, price is at 111. If anyone says from here, when we get to 117, I'm shorting it. Most likely clown fiesta, right? Because you don't know what the data looks like when we're up here. I can paint you two completely different scenarios with the price up here. One that's hella bullish, one's that's hella bearish. So until we get up there and you can see the data to paint that picture, you don't know. But that's as long as you're planned, right? The main thing is planning. That's the main thing, right? Step one, being planned. And then two, just executing your plans when the time comes if you're seeing the things that you want to be seeing. Like if we're coming up here, right, and we're doing some like weird like 3 drives like on bear divs as there's like higher time frame like hidden bear divs, right? So you're like stacking bear divs occurring here at the level of interest after all the liquidity got grabbed, as the open interest is falling, as like the order flow is like turning hella bearish. And hell yeah, I'm in that thing, right? I'm in that thing for sure. Don't even have to ask me. You already know. I'm gonna come back on stream and be like, guys, you take the short with me or not? Or not? Well, if we're up here, none of that's happening. I'm not taking it. I ain't taking that thing. The shorts though, the shorts. It's probably gonna be like the bearish retest of the value area high, right? Like if they're gonna like lock down this back test of this level, it's probably gonna have to be there. Because this is like a pretty big level too, right? And so obviously had like a lot of interaction multiple times at this point. And it's like right at the value area high from yesterday, like right at the golden pocket, right at the value area high of the TPO. Well, in terms of the volume, like the nodes up here, right? So I suspect they're probably going to be trying to like lock this down. Because if not, it's the same kind of story, right? Like this level gets flipped from much higher probability of taking these highs, just based on the math of the fib. I'd be careful though. Especially if like we're coming up to like this zone like, right before the data drops. If that at that point I personally would not entertain it, right? Because you don't know like once the data comes out, like the math is no longer mathing, right? It's just algorithms executing like 20 different orders in whatever way they want to do it. So ideally, the way I do things when it comes to these kind of events, like I'm either positioned beforehand or I'm probably chilling unless like a really obvious trade shows up. So yeah, keep that in mind. But we'll leave it written down here, right? It's like some kind of bearish retest into this region. And I'd be pretty mindful of the open interest. The whole thing that we're talking about the shorts. Because if we come all the way up here and none of these people have closed out their shorts yet, they're just gonna keep going, right? So yeah. Other than that, the higher time frame ones haven't changed. We'll put that as 3. We'll come back to 2 in a second. Rest of the plans have not changed. So in terms of like shorting up here and like shorting down here, if we start to like do bearish retests of these zones, same as like yesterday, same as the stream before. So just go watch those clips. From the downside, it probably would lose the VWAP, right? we lose today's VWAP. Probably something like this, right? Losing this kind of zone. Like the volume point of control, the value area low for this, losing this golden pocket. The VWAP would be probably like turning over, so you're probably doing some kind of like bearish retest like that at that point. Assuming the low hasn't been cleaned. That's the other thing. If this low gets like tapped, I'd be less inclined to be taking this trade. At that point, I'll be wanting to see a bearish retest of this whole thing. Yeah. So we'll kind of just write that down. Bearish retest of the daily VWAP plus like golden pocket plus like volume POC blah blah blah. Also keep in mind like all this stuff, right? Well, I will say we've been seeing a lot of relative weakness in Bitcoin, right? A lot. Like whenever the market goes up, this thing's like struggling to get back up, and as soon as it starts to go down, this thing is flying, flying lower. Motherfuckers cannot wait to sell. Cannot wait. You put a lot of thought into it, analysis, etc. That's everyone's doing. That's everyone's doing, right? Because now it's just a matter of sitting here chilling and waiting, right? Now I'm just sitting here, just fucking. when one of these starts happening, I'm taking the trade. And if it doesn't happen, I'm not doing anything. I'm sitting here, I'm watching all these levels of interest. Where's the notepad we had? We're watching the notepad, right? We're watching all this data to see if it supports us taking the trade at these levels. And if it does, then we're taking it. We're taking that thing. Low time frame structure change, stop loss break even, then you're chilling. Chilling, right? Risk-free trading, basically. Obviously, easier said than done, right? Obviously, you need to like know all this and be able to like bring it together in the moment, quick, in the spot. But not possible, right? Your to-do study list is right there. That should do it. I think that should do it, right? Enough to get the juices flowing for now, right? That's the main thing. And you'll see, I mean, like, you're somewhat new here, so I guess like, you're not as familiar, but you'll see the people that have been here for the juice boxes, like, you know, right? You know? Every single stream that starts off is like us reviewing the juice box and like what ended up happening. Like almost always, like most of these trades end up playing out. Sure, they don't end up being, not always gonna end up being like let's say we take this right here, right? It's like potentially like failed auction forming as like a long. Like it doesn't mean the long is gonna go just send like that. This is the long, and it just ends up sending, right? That's usually not what's gonna happen. More often than not, you're gonna get round tripped in your trades. So like one, shave some profit aggressively, and two, manage your risk, right? Put your stop loss break even when the structure changes or you shaved a bit. The long. Well, that's what most people think, right? That's what most people think. And at least for me, it's something I noticed in my trading. Like when I first started trading, I found that I was like very good at getting entries. Like almost always when I took a trade, it would go in my favor at first. But I wasn't shaving at all. I would never shave aggressively at all. So more often than not, I get in the trade. So I get in for whatever reason. Like I just said I took a long here for whatever reason. And I'm in the long and it's going. And I'm like, juice! juice, and then just fucking just comes right back down, boom, break even. Fuck. $0, break even. And then next time I'm like, fuck it. Next time it's gonna be the long. Fuck it. Same thing. Juice. Let's go. Fuck. And then you just repeat, right, until you learn your lesson. Okay, maybe I should shave a bit. Also incredibly undervalued in terms of like getting stopped out or not on your trades. Shaving is a huge. I cannot emphasize it enough. Guys, how many fucking times do you see this happen? This exact scenario happen, right? Like price bounces somewhere, and like you got like a pretty good entry, and then it puts in like a high at our imaginary blue line. By the way, shout out to the math. And then you draw a fib, and like your entry is like right at the golden pocket or something. And you already fucking know. They're gonna come back and stop you. You already fucking know. Every fucking time, right? It's very rare that you get away with this. But if you shave here, right, you can now take your break-even stop loss and put it where it actually should be. And then you now avoid getting stopped out. And if you like sit down and look at price action and think about it in this manner, like you will realize how many fucking times price comes back, stops out everybody that has their break-even stop, and then just goes. It happens all the time. All the time. So you're way better. Like first of all, pay yourself, right? Pay yourself. If you're gonna spend all this time learning how to trade and whatnot, and you have nothing to show for it, then you're quite literally wasting your time. So pay yourself when the market graces you with the ability to do so. And two, it's gonna increase the longevity of you staying in these trades a lot more often. It's for how I trade. Keep in mind everything I'm saying is subjective to like how I trade. I'm just one random trader out of many, but helped me a lot. So maybe it will help some of you. That's so smart. Yeah, it is. I mean, I don't know about smart, but it's just something worth doing. You know, one thing I say to people, like, try it out, right? Try it out. Like, let's just say, I'll always say this. Okay, you have $100 that you want to trade with, right? A nice, crisp brownie, as they call it in Canada. Or I guess like a Benjamin Franklin in the US. But like, take this money, split it up into different like accounts, like a sub account, and then like trade with them differently, and like try out different ways of taking profit and see like which one grows more. So in this case, right, let's say I didn't want to take this long, and I got filled using the fib. Okay, I got filled like from here to like down here, like boom out of all my orders. And then price starts to go, like shave some like automatically at the 382, or shave some automatically here, or if it starts to like go and then pull back and then shave some on one of these accounts. And then on another one, like maybe don't shave, right? Just get filled and let the trade play out and see what happens. And then like on another account, you can like close out the trade every single time when it reaches the high. And on this account, you can like do the shaving differently. Like maybe you shaved 25 on one account, and the other one you shave like 50%, so on and so forth. And then track it, right? See which one of these accounts is like growing over time, or like how they're growing, right? Is one faster? Is one slower? Is one like losing money and the other ones aren't? So on and so forth. Kind of get an idea what works here, what doesn't. Because like for me, for instance, like the way that I use my stop loss is like incredibly like abusive almost, right? It's like a broken game mechanic. Like, a lot of people don't use their stop loss the way I do, but I'm like hyper aggressive with it. Because like the way I look at it is pretty simple, like stop loss at break even, and this is like yes, no, and this is like a winning trade. Like yes, no. So if I win the trade, and let's just say it's like a 1R trade, to make the math simple. So if I win, I make $100. But if it's a losing trade and I ended up putting my stop loss to break even, like I lose nothing. But if it's a losing trade and I didn't move my stop loss break even, then like I lose the money, right? So like this is the only box where I lose money. So like why not just cut these out as much as possible? So it doesn't mean that you sometimes you stop yourself out of winning trades. Yeah, it does. But you can just get back in. Just get back in the trade, right? Like in this case, for example, let's just draw here a little bit. Okay, we'll use this fib, right? We'll use this fib. Let's say you were looking to take this long on the initial move down, right? You thought it was gonna bounce, and it did end up bouncing, but you got filled here, boom, 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 boom. Since now your average price is like right here, right? Somewhere in the zone, and then price starts to go, and then you put your stop loss break even, and then it comes and stops you out, which it did, right? Well, if you see that it starts to go and then reclaim these levels, then you just get back in, right? You're in your exact same trade with the exact same stop loss with the average price. It's like a little worse than when you had the first time. So now you're in the exact same position again, ready to juice. But if this didn't happen, right? Like if it stopped you out and then rolled over, well then you just avoided a loss. So yeah, kind of juice, right? I'd like to mimic you for a bit just to learn. Yeah, I mean, try it, right? I mean, it's pretty important to like get a sample size yourself, right? Because I can sit here. Like, I can sit here and talk about like the 886 to the 618 rotation as much as I want. Until you guys see it over and over, you're not gonna believe it, right? But like here you go, right? 886 to the 618 and then down. How many times do we see that? How many times do we see like the 7-5 to the 5 to the golden pocket then go? Right? How many times do you see like this to this to this to this, right? Like there's so many like rotations within this thing that like, play out all the time. So. But until you believe me, you probably think I'm some idiot just sitting here yapping right now. What the fuck is this guy talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean Fibonacci? You know, patterns, retracements. What is this guy talking about? What do you mean rotations? Are you trading futures? Yeah, I'm trading like perpetual futures for crypto. Or trade a BTC. I do coin margin trades sometimes. It's kind of a cheat code, right? Coin margin's kind of a cheat code. Cause like let's say I short Bitcoin on like coin margin up here, and then I close the trade like out down here, and they pay me like let's say in that trade I made 100 grand, and they pay you in Bitcoin. So I get whatever like 1 point something Bitcoin down here, and that Bitcoin is worth 100K. But I don't have to sell the Bitcoin right now, right? I can just hold it and sell it later. So not only did I just make all the gains from the short on this whole move, but now I'm making the gains of the price of Bitcoin going back up. And then I sell it. So like I'm getting like, let's just say I held it here and I sold it up here somewhere. So now I'm getting an additional 50% gains on the money I made on the short just by not selling it immediately. Yeah, so there's a lot of interesting stuff you can do with coin margin. Incredibly risky though, right? If you don't know what you're doing, don't do it. Right? Don't piss away your actual Bitcoin trading. Because the fees kill you on taxes. I mean, yeah, the fees are a bit annoying. Well, the exchanges having incentive structures, right? Like the more volume and money that you have on the exchange, like the lower fees they give you. So they kind of trying to incentivize like whales to stay on there. And taxes are taxes, right? What can you do? Fortunately, you can't do too much about that. At least in Canada. At least in Canada. Because at the end of the day, you have to off-road somewhere, right? You need unless you just want to have a bunch of Bitcoin that's never turned into real life money or any of the cryptos, like you have to off-road somewhere. And there's only a handful of off-roads in Canada that are legal. And if you go there, show up to it with like $10 million, then they're gonna be asking you a couple of questions for sure, right? Where did this come from? What do you mean you haven't paid any taxes on this? No fun, no fun. But no, really the only reason I started trading futures, like I didn't have any of that in mind at the time. It was just easy, Just the ease of trading. And I like the fact that you don't, there is none of this like getting trapped on like a low float short kind of world, right? There's no getting gapped. Like if you're trading CME, like yeah, you can get gapped on, but the juice box finished? Yeah, I think so, right? We covered longs from above, longs from below. Shorts from above, shorts from below. Looks like they want to go higher, right? Looks like they're trying to squeeze higher. Same with the Nasdaq. This thing's starting to ascend right now. God damn. I guess the London session. Oh, it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. God, guys, you guys are killing me. You guys are killing me. I'm about to say, like, the London session's about to go. Okay, I didn't realize how late it was. Wow, we've been yapping. Yapping. All good though. I'm not even tired. But we should go to bed though. Should go to bed because we have to wake up pretty early tomorrow for this stuff, right? It comes up before the market even opens. So let's do a quick chat shout out and then kind of be on our way for the day. Who do we got in here today? We're the lovely humans in the chat today. We got NASCAR all out. Shout to NASCAR all out. Shout to Main S. Shout to Harris Kamal. Shout to Sean. Shout to Dev Damiha. Hopefully I said that correctly. I'm not sure. There's somebody else in here, right? Somebody else popped through pretty recently. Asking about TJT, I believe. Where did that guy go? I can't find him. Scroll. Oh, Munzie. Shout to Munzie as well. A couple new faces in here. Shout to you guys. Right, bud. Good night. Yeah, good night to you too. We'll be back at it again. Actually, tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be a tricky one. Like, it's one of 3 options. Either we stream early in the morning, like right when I roll out of bed, and I just stream the data drop in the New York Open, or I stream like after like the initial balance finishes at like 10:30, 11, when things start to chill out a bit. It's easier to kind of just sit here and unwind. Or I stream like really late at night, depending on how the evening goes. Probably wouldn't be as long as a stream though. But either way, as per usual, we'll post in the Discord whenever we do plan on getting on. If anybody wants to check that out, feel free to join. It is free. The main purpose of it is for me to post my trading plans when I'm not streaming. So it's not particularly the most active, but there's like a resources section in there if you want to learn some stuff. And yeah, we're out of here. Calling it a night. I'm usually busy around until 5 p.m.ish or so. Yeah, most people are, right? Most people are. Unless you're like a European or anything out in that direction. But anyways, we'll be back tomorrow. Let's be responsible adults. Try to get some sleep. Make sure we're in peak performance shape to trade. But we'll be back again soon. For now, I'm out of here. Shout out to all you guys. Later, later, later. Hope you guys have an amazing evening or day wherever you are. Good night, my friends.